is now joining.
The first being a resolution to amend council fiscal year 22 grant allocations. This applies to all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen, and there's a request for same night minutes. I'll entertain a motion on this item. Has been moved by Councilman Ford. Seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Just for the viewing and listening public, this is an allocation of $9,321 each to Feed the Needy and the Young Actors Guild. This is a total of $18,642.
Colleagues, we have three items on the
Councilwoman Swearingen.
The first being a resolution to amend council fiscal year 22
questions on
grant
this item?
allocations. This applies to all council
Seeing none,
districts.
all those
Sponsored
in
by
favor of approving this item,
Councilwoman
please
Swearingen,
signify
and
by
there's a
saying
request
aye.
for same night minutes.
Any
Entertain a
opposed?
motion on this item?
The ayes have it on that item.
Has been moved by
Next,
Councilman Ford.
colleagues, we have a resolution
Seconded
to
by
amend the
Councilwoman
fiscal year
Johnson.
22 budget
Just for
to
the
recognize
viewing and
June
listening
19th,
public,
Juneteenth
this is an
as a
allocation
city
of
Memphis paid holiday. All council
$9,321
districts is
each
sponsored by
to
Councilwoman
Feed the
Easter Thomas,
Needy
and there's
and
a
the
request
Young
for same
Actors
night
Guild.
minutes on
This
this
is a
item.
total of
Okay, has been moved by Councilman Ford,
$18,642. And once again,
seconded
this
by
is sponsored
Councilwoman
by
Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson.
Councilwoman item. Next, colleagues, we have a resolution to amend the fiscal year 22 budget to recognize June 19th, Juneteenth, as a City of Memphis paid holiday. All council districts. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and there's a request for same night minutes on this item. Okay, has been moved by Councilman Ford.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson.
Question. Ready?
Yes, ma'am, you recognize.
Okay, this is just for this fiscal year we're currently working in. If we decide to do something different next year, that's another discussion.
That's a different resolution, yes, unless this one would have been modified to include both, but this,
It's only for this year.
only for this
only.
current
Okay,
fiscal
okay,
year,
I'm
yes.
fine with that.
In the resolution, it's for years to follow. If you read
Oh, okay,
paragraph, the last two paragraphs talk to you with more piece.
okay. I've been informed that there is talk about it, but I guess my book is upstairs. But we still would have to talk about this amending the budget only applies to this year. The aspect of where we are amending the budget only applies to this year. Because we can't amend budgets for future years. We can include things in future budgets, but for the purpose of amending the budget, this only applies to this particular year.
Okay. Okay, but look, it said now therefore be it resolved, the Memphis City Council amends the fiscal 22 budget to proclaim June 19th and hereafter as a paid holiday, remember for amendment to be said, for an amendment to be paid and determined by the City of Memphis Finance Department for those employees who will be required to work. So long as I still would like to have a discussion about maybe substituting it for another day, but I'm fine if we have to pay for both of them this year. You know,
Right.
I don't have a problem with that. I understand it didn't get resolved, so.
Right, and so, and I would agree with you, we can have further discussions on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with this.
Okay. Mr. Ford, any comments? Ms. Ford? You good? Well, I was about to say, did you want to speak on this item? Oh, okay, great. Okay. All those in favor of approving item number 2, please indicate such with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Next item on the agenda is a substitute ordinance amending Ordinance 5686, excuse me, establishing a pre-K education special fund to provide a new dedicated funding stream for Special Fund 245. All council districts. This is requested by the administration, and I see Chief McGowan, who will be speaking on this item.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. McGowan. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you all. We filed last week the substitute ordinance, and if I could get, I'm not sure how I control the screen here, if I get a presentation, but I'm passing it out to you all.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep, there we
So, let me do the slideshow, sorry. What we've asked today is for a substitute ordinance for pre-K. Just a bit of history, as you know, in the past, the city had tried twice through referendum to establish funding for our universal needs-based pre-K program, and both of those referendums failed. In 2016, when Mayor Strickland came in, along with council, he charged us to find a way to get it done. And there was a collaborative effort between the city, the county, and the school system to come up with a universal needs-based pre-K to ensure that 100% of 4-year-olds in this community could attend pre-K regardless of their ability to pay. That worked out to about $16 million additional commitment to add 1,000 seats for our community. When we did that, we worked with the county and the school system. The city's share was slated to grow to $6 million. That was our commitment. That commitment was going to be administered through First Aid Memphis. That commitment endures today, and you all have received periodic reports from First Aid about how they have been progressing with the kids who they've put into the pre-K program. And it has been successful in adding capacity of 1,000 new seats for our community. In May of 2018, some of you were on the council when we passed Ordinance 5686 that established the pre-K fund. Further, it identified the sources that would be used to fund that fund. We started with a $3 million allocation from the general fund to seed it, and then we sourced it by taking 1 cent from the property tax rate, just as we do with the general fund, the debt service fund, and other things. And then we also allocated all of the incremental property tax for pilots that expired in the year 2018 going forward. Our commitment as a city started at $3 million, then it grew to 4.5 in the second year and capped out at $6 million, and that's where we stand today. I do want to say, just for clarity, how the expiring pilots work. If, for instance, someone's property tax was to be $100,000 during the period of a pilot, when 75% of that is abated, the city gets $25,000. The $75,000 is abated. When the pilot expires, they pay the full $100,000. What we're capturing here is just the $75,000 of incremental, so just the increment. So what we're proposing, the additional information is that since in 2019, a public safety referendum was passed that increased the local option sales tax. It provided funding to allow public safety employees to go back to the legacy retirement and also to the legacy healthcare plan. And it stated specifically that any remaining proceeds could be used for street maintenance or pre-K. So a pretty clear mandate that pre-K was included. In February of 2020, we actually established the fund to absorb those dollars into the city. That's Fund 245. And so we began collecting that increased sales tax revenue in January 1st of 2020, and we have been doing that ever since. We have shared with you that that fund produces sufficient revenue to cover all of our obligations with pension, health care, with reserves, as well as street maintenance and pre-K, and we forecast that it's going to be able to do so for decades to come, especially because, as we told you, it's only 12 years until we fully fund the pension out of this, and that requirement completely drops away. So there is plenty of money in here that we can ensure that we dedicate funding for pre-K in years to come. So what we're doing today is simply requesting a change in the source of funding for pre-K. It will now come from, with your approval, come from the proceeds from sales tax referendum Fund 245, and it will release back to the general fund the 1 cent from the property tax, which we have proposed in this year's budget to use to help support some of the raises, and the incremental pilot proceeds that were dedicated to pre-K so that they can now be used for other purposes. And we'll be talking to you about what we have proposed those purposes to be later this morning. So it does nothing to change the pre-K. We are still committed. We have plenty of money to ensure that we can meet that commitment for years to come. I will tell you today, while we're talking about it, that they have suffered some cost increases like everybody does, so I would expect that they'll come to us and ask for slightly more. My estimate is that they would ask for about $7 million a year instead of $6 million, because they've had about a 16% increase in costs. That proposal will come later. I'm not asking you to change that today, but I will tell you that from Fund 245, we have sufficient revenues to cover that increased cost should you choose to approve it. So in summary, today we're just switching the sources of funding to support our pre-K commitment from one source, penny on the tax rate and expiring pilots, and two, Fund 245, so we have those other funds for other purposes. That's the end of the presentation. I think you all have the ordinance before you. And Mr. Chairman, should the committee so find it inclined to do so, if you could move it downstairs perhaps for a first reading on this ordinance, we would appreciate it. If not, it's not urgent that we do so, but if we could all agree to move it along, we would request that.
Okay. Thank you. For the record, we've been joined by Councilman Carlisle and Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Chief McGowan, you mentioned that part of the roll-off is going to, so the full $6 million and maybe eventually $7 million will be cared for pre-K in its funding budget based on the funds available in Fund 245. The 1 cent that's rolling off, or whatever portion has been rolling off, you said is actually going to be split between a transit vision, funding transit vision, but how much of it, that total dollar amount is going to support raises? And which raises? Okay,
so yes, sir. I probably wasn't clear. The 1 cent that was allocated from the pre-K fund will just go back to the general fund to support the 5% for police and fire, or the 5% for police, the 3% for fire, and the 2% that we have proposed. So in other words, it's just going back into the general fund to help us get there. So 100% of that 1 penny, which is about $1.4 million, goes to support raises across the board, whether they be for police, fire, or general employees. And then the pilots that are rolling off, and this year that's about $4.1 million. That will go when we talk at the next committee. Our proposal is to push that through a different ordinance to support transit vision going forward. So the expiring pilots would support the transit vision going forward.
Okay. So hypothetically, though, we could take the current funding, instead of going towards back into the general fund, it could actually accelerate transit funding plus the new expiring pilots.
Yes, sir. This is our proposal to put the 1 cent back into the general fund. We have forecast that in the budget that we presented to you. So should that 1 penny be used for something else, we just simply have to find an offset for that penny in the budget.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Colleagues. Oh, Councilman Ford.
Thank you. You said you're not in a hurry? Do we need to do same night minutes on this to get this started?
No, sir. We do not need to do same night minutes. This would be an ordinance that would have to go through several readings anyway. So what I was asking is if you wanted to get it downstairs for a first reading, we would request that. If not, it's not urgent to do so.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll move it.
Okay, you're moving it with same night minutes?
Yeah, but I'd like to have same night minutes because y'all need to start.
Yes, sir.
Ready to end in June. Yes, if there's no objection, hey, let's get everything done today.
I appreciate that, Councilman.
Come on.
Thank you.
Okay, motion has been made that we approve this item with same night minutes, seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Johnson.
Let me ask you something. How does this sales tax flow? Okay, the people make the purchases. Does it go to the state and then come back to us? And then I guess
Yes.
my question is, how much actually was generated in this last sales tax? What kind of money were we actually looking at?
Okay, so Ms. Ford will help me on this and fill in the gaps, but here's how it works. When you make a purchase, today you pay, if you buy something in the city of Memphis, you pay 9 3/4%. You used to pay 9 1/4%. The merchant submits that. The state collects all of that sales tax. They know where it's generated from, and then they submit it back to the city of Memphis. What they did for the referendum was they separated the new increment, and they send us actually 2 tranches of money back. They will send us the local option, which is the 2 1/4, and they'll send all of that to us on a monthly basis. And then they will send the additional 0.5% back to us as well on a monthly basis. So we get the money in a dedicated chunk that comes back to us, so we know exactly how much was generated from that sales tax referendum. And so this year, what we forecast for that additional 0.5% is $68 million. So as you know, sales tax from the state, both the sales tax, the local option sales tax, the 2 1/4, and then the shared sales tax that we get from the state, which is they share back with us about 1% of the total proceeds that they get on their 7%. That makes up a substantial portion of our budget. Surely it's $150 to $170 million a year in sales tax, which supplements our property tax. So we know specifically how much we get from that additional 0.5%. Did that answer your question?
Yes. So you're saying that out of the 68 million obligation to the police, the fire department will be resolved?
Yes, ma'am, every year. So in this coming budget, we have about $45 million allocated to police and all things public safety to fund the pension, the health care, the OPEB, a substantial amount of reserves. As you know, we made some contributions to the health care fund on behalf of police and fire active duty, and we also made a contribution as an offset so that we could offer some of the retention bonuses. When you add all that together, it's $40 to $45 million. I have the actual number here. And then we're putting about $16 million into street maintenance. And then the balance would be, the pre-K would be about $6 million. We have about $6.4 million in the pre-K fund today. This would just next year substitute with $6 million from Fund 245.
Okay.
Did I get that all right, Shirley? Okay.
Beg your pardon? Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for your explanation.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McGowan, do we have or could we have, please, a projected schedule of expiring pilots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
1 second. If you'd like, I'll fast forward to what I was going to present, but I'll show you what that looks like.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
I have it actually right here. What I don't have, Chairman, is the actual companies, but I can get that
Right,
for you
yeah,
if
no,
you'd like
just
to know
a broad overview would be fine.
I give you a broad overview. Oops. So, Chairman, we began collecting the expiring pilot proceeds in 2018, and that's what you see represented in the first column. 2023, the column that's marked 2023, I'll try to put my cursor over there if I can, right here. So what the first line represents is the amount of money that was collected in 2018. And Mr. Jones, you'll have a copy of this presentation this afternoon, or this morning too. And then the next line represents the 2019. The line after that represents 2020. The line after that is 2021. And then the line after that is 2022. The line that says 587,355 is the amount that expires in fiscal year 2023. If you move along to the right, you'll see 2024, another 134,000 is added. In 2025, another 557,000 is added. And that's how it progresses all the way through in this chart through 2031. So this information comes from EDGE. These are pilots that are awarded by EDGE and the Industrial Development Board. This does not count any pilots that were granted by the CCRFC. So we're just talking about EDGE and Industrial Development Board pilots that were granted. This information is approximately 3 weeks old. It was run by Mr. Lawrence down at EDGE. He revalidated the information. I will tell you that when we ran this, it's a bit of a forecast. We took a forecast of all the expiring pilots, and then we took 20% off the top to say,
just in case.
Company goes down in value, somebody goes out of business, you guys decide to extend a pilot for some, say, hey, a company comes in and pleads, could we have an extension? Something like that could happen. So that's why we took 20% off. When we did this forecast in 2018, the numbers that were generated then using this formula were 90+% accurate in generating. This afternoon, you'll hear me say, I'm not committing to this level. I'm committing that we will pledge these funds. Whatever they produce every year would be pledged to another purpose. But this is how they flow. If you're interested in the companies, we have that as well. I just didn't have them in the presentation. Is that a sufficient explanation?
Absolutely.
Mr. Jones?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Councilwoman Johnson.
Chief, one other question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the 75% that we were not collecting.
Yes,
that
this is only the 75, well, let me be clear. I want to say, I'm using 75% as a generic number. As you know, some companies perhaps were only awarded a 50% pilot. Some companies a 75. Others in rare circumstances may have been awarded a 90%. I don't know off the top of my head.
The difference
but you've seen those happen with different levels. This is only the increment that we were not collecting. So everything that they were paying, again, like if they had a 75% pilot, that 25% that comes back to the local governments is untouched. It's not considered because it's already part of what we're collecting. This is just the new increment that we would be collecting every year coming in. And now, I also want to say, if you look at that 587 in FY23, that's not a company. There's probably several companies whose pilots are rolling off during that period of time that will be collecting that increment. And I'll get into a little more depth in the Transportation Committee, but because that's where this is coming from. But just as a precursor there, that's, if you had left this in pre-K, that's what it would have continued to generate.
Okay. Colleagues, any other questions on this side? Yeah, Mr. McGowan, that part was very helpful. Well, my last question would be though, what are our other choices as far as funding for pre-K? If we don't do this, then what?
For pre-K? So collectively, Shelby County Schools funded their portion at the time just from general fund. The county, when they made their commitment, they made an $8 million commitment just from their general fund. For us, when we contemplated this in 2018, as you know, our budget has been relatively tight every year. So we didn't, the decision was made to say, is there a way to fund this going forward without having to take a general fund contribution? And so this was the mechanism that we produced that said, without challenging any of the current initiatives that we had in the general fund, could this be additive? So that's how we came up with the expiring pilot idea. Otherwise, again, when it was originally proposed, there was a proposal to use several other funding streams that referendum shot down. So you're really talking about either allocating general fund money from the general fund or unless somebody else has a different idea of a fee that we could raise, that's really where we are. So this was a mechanism that was used to try to be complementary to the investments we're making in the general fund.
Okay, so, excuse me, what doesn't seem contemplated in this recommendation, though, is any type of incremental increases over time. You know, when we look at the transit vision that you put up here, we see that growing up until 2032. Yeah, well, we see the transit, when you had the expiring pilots up here, we went from 4 to 16.
Yes.
But what's not being contemplated or discussed here is how do we increase this? So what I'm seeing now is we do have this amount that's coming out of the sales tax referendum, but this seems to be the presumption that this stays at 6 million. How do we contemplate any type of growth from a pre-K standing standpoint?
Sir. So I will tell you that it is contemplated. As again, when we did this originally, the contract, when we signed a three-party contract with was that it would be $16 million. That's what it would be, would it require between the city, the county, and the school system. When I've brought this to you, I know they haven't yet been here, but as I said, in FY23, they're going to ask for $6.4 million instead of $6 million. That's the reason I said we have $6.4 million in the pre-K fund today. When you switch to Fund 245 as the funding stream, I said our commitment was $6 million. They will likely request it to go to $7 million because they see that as the next logical step. Since they've had a 16% increase, they're asking for additional money from the county as well. And what I'm telling you today with the Fund 245, when you make that switch, we have already forecast that we can absorb that $7 million over the next 3 years. And that's the horizon they have forecast through First Aid is that, I guess I'll steal the thunder. They think they need $6.4 million in FY23, which we would make a suggestion that we support because that's how much is in the pre-K fund today, and that they would move to $7 million in FY24 and $7 million in FY25. So that's forecast, contemplated, and supportable. And then there is, as I mentioned, we generate $68 million here, and we have the ability to do street maintenance in pre-K, and there's a sufficient amount of money should that grow in the future, that requirement grow in the future, that there is room there to do so. Okay. And then obviously, Councilman, since you're established, you already have a pre-K fund. You've seen in the past, council designated a penny from the tax rate, it pops right into that fund. If in the future you decided there was some other fee or penny that you wanted to assign, you can easily do that again. So that's the story of growth as I know it. I'm sorry for stealing their thunder, but they will be coming and we will be supporting their request for additional funding.
Okay, let me hear from Councilwoman Warren because he hasn't spoken yet, and then Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Will there be extra that accumulate in this fund if we're doing 6.4 million? So if we do 6.4 million, there's extra that's growing in that fund all the time. Is that correct?
No, sir. What we try to do is annually we make the payout to First Aid. So we've paid, just last year, we paid $6 million to them. And so throughout this year, we've been collecting, we collected the pilots that expired. We've been collecting the 1 cent off the tax rate. And remember I said at the beginning, we had seeded it with $3 million because if you look at that schedule I had, today the sales tax, the expiring pilots generate about $4.1 million. The penny on the tax rate's 1.4. So you're really only at about 5.6. So the seed that we had for $3 million has been carrying us through while those proceeds grew. It is the intent for the fund not to continue to grow with a lot of money, but to allocate from Fund 245 the $7 million or the $6.4 million next year, and then the $7 million in the years after that, and not to put money in there that's not doing anything for us. So just enough to pay out every year's allocation.
You mentioned something about us paying off the pension
Yes.
Okay, so at the end of that time when the pension is paid off, where do these funds go?
So that doesn't really, that's in Fund 245, the public safety referendum. So those monies are that 50% or that 0.5% of sales tax, it stays in Fund 245. So it will give you additional flexibility. The year is 2033. 2032 or 2033, we will have completely fulfilled the pension obligation of the people that came back into the pension plan. That's about $1.8 million of new money that will be available that's unallocated that can be used for street maintenance, pre-K. So I think what I'm hearing you say, Dr. Warren, is in the future, 2032, there's another $2 million that comes available that you could allocate if you wanted to.
I was trying to make sure I understood
Yes,
that.
sir.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson. Microphone, please.
Oops, sorry.
I was looking at your projections in regards to the EDGE program. And I guess this is more like a comment than a question in regards to, I noticed that, a lot of the EDGE projects want to last 20, 25 years. So it's going to be some time before some of these projects actually will roll off for us to actually be able to use the money for that pilot purpose. So I guess you looked into that situation where they have extended or allowed for 20 and 30 years pilots?
So this contemplates the schedule that I showed you or for the actual dates that those pilots expire. So you're right. I put on the chart for purposes of time and space. I just put, 23 through 32, but that continues out into the future. It gets a little less sure the further out you go because you're not sure what the value of the company is going to be, that kind of thing. But yes, if we were to award a pilot today, a 20-year pilot, the increment would not be available to this program for 20 years from
Exactly.
now. But one of the things that I think is important is to say, this gives us a reason to really say, when somebody says, I'd like to extend my pilot, well, wait a minute, we're counting on that revenue.
Hey, now you get to my next point.
And so that is acknowledged. That is a partnership that we have with EDGE and the Industrial Development Board, their entire staff. Mr. Dolberger is aware of that. Mr. Lawrence is aware of that. And so, as is the board, that is a consideration, and that will be something that we want to make sure that we consider carefully before anybody makes a decision like that.
That's getting to my next point of observation, that this body doesn't really have any say-so in what EDGE approves or doesn't approve for so long. So maybe we need to review that process, and maybe some of that needs to come back to this body for final decisions, because we're dependent on that money and how long they actually will allow these pilot programs to be in effect. So I said that was more like a comment, and from an observation, if you're going in that direction, and we know that the matter is going to need a lot more money than we can even begin to imagine at this point. So I know we were supposed to be talking to EDGE about their cost of increase, minimum wage or something down the road. So I just think that maybe some of their policies, I don't know how that affects us or who needs to talk about it, but that may need to be reviewed. My other comment is, when we were doing our retreat this year, our lobbyists came in and said that the administration received money from the state. Did we get any money for child care? They said we had money from the Pink Palace, it looked like I remember. You had money that you got from the state to give to Memphis State. They had money. Who else was that money?
The harbor, but as far as I would say that any allocation for children or pre-K, that probably went to the county versus coming to us.
Yeah, but I was just trying to remember that list that they presented to us as though we received. So you said that list was just for everything that came to Shelby, I guess.
Well, no, I'm just saying if we're talking about children.
I'm talking about, they said that the mayor administration made an application to the state for these grants, and they came back, and I was saying, was there any money for child care?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, I would seriously doubt it, but
so there's multiple buckets of state money. What I think you're referencing is the governor's supplemental budget
Yeah, something they presented, it was the lobbyists who presented
Yeah,
it.
so the governor's supplemental budget came after the fact, and those were one-time line item grants that included $10 million for the Civil Rights Museum, $20 million for the riverfront, $2.5 million for Leftwich, $2.5 million for Brooks, and then so that was one-time grants from the governor's budget. Then there are those larger, big buckets like TANF funds and things like that that we will make applications to. Yes, the University of Memphis did get a $25 million grant for research and
I think
but
it was.
but those are separate to I think the governor's supplemental budget that you saw. And to the chair's point, typically those funds would go directly to the what would be considered the administrating body, which would be the county government or the Shelby County
LEA.
schools.
Oh,
It'll go
okay.
to the LEA.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I was just curious, I didn't know if it was something else maybe we need to apply for. It was possible out there to get some funding.
Well, I think that this is a really good point that bears in mind, you know, even our folks, even our lobbyists up there will say, well, Memphis got money for this.
Yeah, they
It's like,
did.
well, hang on a second. Shelby County received money for that. Shelby County Schools received money for that. The city of Memphis didn't. So
Those lobbyists.
very often, you know, like with the ARPA money, you know, we got 161 million, but not a lot of people talk, you know, county got 180 million and the schools got 500 million. So a lot of people will say, well, Memphis got 800 million. Well, hang on, the community did. The city of Memphis got 161.
I got it.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarification and just for my observation.
ma'am.
Thank you
Councilman
so
Warren.
much.
Yes, our lobbyist is listening to the conversation and sending us that list now.
Great.
Great.
Well, thank you all for the great questions. This is great.
Okay, there is a motion that we approve this with same night minutes. All those in favor, please indicate such by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all.
The screen is blank. Yep. Oh, there you go. Press to begin. Good. Okay. We ready? Okay. I like to call the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism. All right, y'all gonna have to be quiet. Yes, sir. I'm back. Yeah. 8:45, Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee. I'd like to call it to order. Please call the roll.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. And Councilwoman Logan is virtual.
Present. Okay, we have two items. The first item is a presentation by the Downtown Memphis Commission on downtown spending and growth. Before you start, hey, I know I was out. Councilman Jones, thank you for taking care of everything for me. Also, Councilman Smiley, if you're listening, also. Okay, appreciate everybody. Okay. You can go right ahead.
All right.
And then I want to make sure that we got Councilwoman Logan, she should be virtual. Yes. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Paul. My name is Paul Young. I serve as President and CEO of Downtown Memphis Commission. My address is 5824 Garden River Cove, Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm excited to be with you guys today to talk about what's happening in downtown Memphis. Thank you for asking us to present today. I don't know if you can see. All right, there we go. It's on the screen now. And we'll go to the next slide. So I'm excited to talk to you guys today because downtown matters to every district, and it's really, really an important neighborhood. I often say that it's the only neighborhood that's everybody's neighborhood, and so it's really, really important that we see great things happening in every recruitment pitch, whether it's an individual job or a major corporate flag looking at Memphis, it includes a visit to downtown. So activity and growth in downtown is vital to the health of our whole region. So next slide, just a little bit. I know you guys may know this already, but just as a reminder of how we are funded. We are funded through an assessment on commercial properties within the Central Business Improvement District. That's what we call downtown. And we reinvest that assessment into funding and incentives and activations designed to increase the value of downtown for the betterment of our region and our city. Next slide. We have two primary metrics that we use. The first is more people. We're at about 26,000 residents in downtown Memphis, and we are seeing growing population downtown. It's actually growing faster than the rest of the region, which is growing at 9%. Downtown is growing at 15%. The other metric we look at is higher property values, and we are valued at about $1.3 million per acre in downtown Memphis. Next slide. Our Seabid Boundaries, as you can see, it goes up north to the Wolf River, goes down to about Crump, goes over to Danny Thomas, and then we have the medical district, which is also included in our boundaries, that goes over to about Watkins. You can also see on the right side, this shows zip code data collected by Placer AI, which is a new program we've begun using, an independent third-party data collection agency, and it's showing where people are coming from as they visit downtown. And I'll get into that later on the next slide. So on the next slide, you can see a visitor snapshot. This is a little deeper dive into the Placer data. It shows that visitors to Beale Street and Overton Square for the month of April. On the left side is Beale Street, on the right is Overton Square. There are about 300,000 visitors, 330,000 visitors for Beale Street, 94,000 for Overton Square. Both areas are successful community hubs, but you'll see that Beale Street draws visitors from many more local zip codes than Overton Square. In the top 50% of traffic to Beale Street, you'll see 42 different zip codes and only 18 zip codes for the top 50% of visitors to Overton Square. Next slide. And that doesn't happen by accident. We're intentional about creating a downtown that benefits our whole community, that highlights the strengths of all of our neighbors and neighborhoods and provides resources back to the entire region. We don't forget that we're building a downtown for our future. Next slide. There are development tools that we use to strengthen our built environment. We also have several programs, Open on Main, activation grants among them that we use to add vibrancy and encourage activation in the Central Business Improvement District. The tools on the left side of the page are our CCRFC tools, that's Center City Revenue Finance Corporation. The downtown pilot is the most common of these tools. The difference between the downtown property pilot and other pilots is that with a downtown property pilot, a property never pays less taxes. The taxes always increase. The pilots are used to catalyze blighted and otherwise underutilized properties and return them to active or elevated use. The tools on the right are administered by the Center City Development Corporation, CCDC, and they're made possible via the Downtown Pilot Program and the fees associated with it. Next slide. So the downtown property pilot is strategically designed and used to increase taxes, develop property, and remediate blight. The property pilot intervenes when nothing else can. It puts vacant, blighted, and underutilized buildings back into productive use. And as I mentioned earlier, the pilot fee is reinvested into smaller scale projects throughout the Central Business Improvement District. It doesn't fund salaries or operational expenses for DMC staff. Instead, this reinvestment often makes the difference for emerging and MWBE developers and contributes to the MWBE spend throughout our city and county. These smaller projects are often important community assets like Alcinia's or Floyd Tyler's Preservers Partners, Universal Life, Malone Park Commons, Taylor's Union, and The Pocket. So of the 292 pilots tracked since the creation of the program, 16 have been approved but aren't yet active. 118 are active and are paying more than the blighted or underutilized properties would have, and 158 have returned back to the tax rolls paying full taxes. So this program works as higher properties during the program, a reduction in blight, and a creation of active, usable, and utilized space throughout our CBID. So just really quickly, next slide is just an example of how it works. I won't spend a whole lot of time here, but the property pays the original amount of taxes plus 25% of the increase of the property taxes in the assessed value during the term of the pilot. And so you can see from the slide in this example, we have a property that's valued at $100,000. It only pays $1,000 in taxes before the pilot. Once the pilot is activated, it's now paying $27,000 in taxes during the term of the pilot. And after that, obviously, it goes up dramatically higher to $108,000, which is a benefit to our community. Next slide. So increased tax revenue. So this just shows you the same point that I just made in the last slide. Across all of the active pilots, we're looking at more than a 249% higher taxes than without the pilot. Next slide. And this might be the easiest way to see the impact of downtown density and the downtown property pilot. So let's compare the half-acre Commonwealth project to some of the other big developments in our region. The Commonwealth project pays over $48,000 per acre in property taxes annually. The Target on Colonial pays about $16,000 per acre. The Fieldstone Apartments on Hacks Cross pays about $24,000 per acre. And the Wolf Chase Mall pays about $35,000 per acre. So you can see the value of density and what it means to the tax dollars. Next slide. So here are some other examples of the increase in property taxes paid by current pilot projects. So if you look at Wiseacre, there's about a 315% increase. At the Bakery, the Rise, Orion, and Leo event space, about an 855% increase. And One Bill, which is still under construction, already at a 251% increase. And then Canopy Hotel, which was one of our most prominent blight issues on Union, is now active and paying about 299% more in taxes than they were paying. Next slide. As we mentioned, our tools are more robust than just a pilot. This is just a snapshot into our incentivized projects since 2019. 94 projects, 27% were pilots, 35% were exterior improvement grants, 11% were development loans, and 13% were good neighbor grants. And as you can see, about 41% of those projects were done by MWBE developers. Here are just some quick examples. Malone Park coming, the pilot was crucial in helping Andre Jones attract the capital that he needed. The pilot helped develop what is now a model for missing middle housing. The work being done in Memphis is now getting international attention for how we create walkable urban neighborhoods. And not only did this project get a pilot, it also received a developer loan. And Andre will tell you that without the developer loan, he would not have been able to attract the other capital that he brought to the table. Just a few other projects, the NAACP, Memphis chapter got a South City Good Neighbor grant. Havana Mix had a development loan, which allowed them to move forward. Raw Girls, which is in the Peabody Place development, received a retail tenant improvement grant, and then Slim and Huskies received an exterior improvement grant. So the pilot fee provides funding to fuel all of the other incentives that made these projects possible. These incentives ignite dreams, develop stronger neighborhoods, and create wealth that has the power to become generational wealth. Lastly, I'm just going to go over a few projects that are on the horizon, so if we can flip through those really, really quickly. The next slide, Butler Row. This is a project that's coming up near G.E. Patterson and B.B. King. Next, we have Soul and Spirits Brewery. This is another one of those where pilot fees made it possible. It just received a $40,000 EIG exterior improvement grant from CCDC. Next, we have Inkwell. It received a $30,000 retail tenant improvement grant. In Inkwell is the concept of an MWBE owner, B. Kohler, who also operates Baby Grand, a boutique ad agency in the same downtown neighborhood. Next, we have Cut Bank Bluff, another project that's on the horizon. Actually, it's almost completed near Tom Lee Park. And then just future catalytic projects like 100 North Main, the Walk, the Mobility Center, current catalytics. You can flip through the next one after that. Just current catalytic projects, the Snuff District, another big mixed-use project, South Point Grocery Store, which actually didn't receive an incentive through us, but is still thriving in downtown, and then innovating on how we move people throughout downtown with Groove on Demand, which is a shared ride service like Lyft or Uber. We are committed to vibrancy, and we know that we're seeing the results in downtown. This last slide just shows some of the big numbers with what's in the pipeline, what we're seeing in downtown. And I will stop here and just open it up for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has joined us. Okay, this was brought to us by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, are you online? Comments? Okay, I'm gonna go to Councilman Warren. He has some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. When these taxes are paid, how much of those go into that downtown fund and how much are in our general fund? So these taxes then being automatically reinvested just in downtown, or how much is actually going into general fund?
Yeah, so when I talked about the increase in taxes, those taxes go to the city and county.
And what doesn't go to city and county? Is it like the baseline, that first 4 years that it is in the pilot? All that goes into the pilot fund?
Yeah, so they pay a fee. They pay a 1.5% fee. The developers pay a 1.5% fee. That fee goes into the CCDC, where we provide the smaller grants.
And it's 1.5% of what?
Of the construction cost of the project.
So that fee goes into it, and then the taxes, they just go to general fund no matter what.
Correct.
So you're actually funded by the fee that they pay to get the pilot.
So yes, exactly. So the grants that we provide are funded by the fee that they pay. Our staffing is paid for by the assessment that proper commercial property owners pay. So commercial property owners in downtown Memphis they pay their city taxes, county taxes, and they pay what we call a Seabid, Central Business Improvement District assessment. That's what funds our staffing.
Okay, so I think this is good for me because I didn't quite understand. So the assessment pays staff and your salary to work, and then the fees pay for the grants. And those grants are the small grants you were talking about that allow you to make sort of, I guess, have music, do other programs, fund other smaller companies that are trying to start there. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
All right. Thank you very much. I think I got it.
Thank you. Any other council? Councilwoman Logan, we've been able to get it online. Your presentation.
Great presentation, Mr. Young. Thank you.
What I would say is if you never have, I think one of the things having worked in them on the private side is go sit down with Paul and Brett Roller in their office, and they can take a project and strip the name off of it, and it can be Project XYZ, and they can walk you through the process of how they determine the but-for test. And it's pretty much, there's a little art to it, but it's a lot of just straight science about how these projects work, how they determine it. And the other thing, I may have missed it, but each and every pilot that closes, in addition to the property tax abatement that it receives, but the increase in taxes it pays a pilot closing fee. And so that goes straight into the coffers, which is 1% of the total development cost of the project. And then every time a pilot transfers, so if you own a building that has a pilot and you sell it to somebody, there's a pilot transfer fee. So they're constantly generating additional revenues on top of and above just the taxes alone. So it's a huge,
CPACR program within the city of Memphis, Tennessee, intent to authorize and direct financing between property owners and capital providers as means to finance qualified projects. All council districts requested by the administration. Who do we have? Say your name. All that.
In the next couple of weeks.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, council members. John Cena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. I'm also joined with several representatives from EDGE.
And resiliency. CPACR program within the city of Memphis, Tennessee, intent to authorize and direct financing between property owners and capital providers as means to finance qualified projects. All council districts requested by the administration. Who do we have? Say your name. All that. Go right ahead.
Good morning, council members. John Cena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. I'm also joined with several representatives from EDGE to present this item. This resolution is the first step in a multi-phase process to establish a commercial property assessed clean energy and resilience program in the city of Memphis. That's a mouthful, so let me walk through that a little bit. Last year, the state of Tennessee passed legislation to enable municipalities and counties to create property assessed clean energy programs within their jurisdictions. Property assessed clean energy is a tool that other states throughout the U.S. use and have used for several years to enable projects to be able to do upgrades to their buildings, or whether it's new or improvements that have a clean energy, energy efficiency, renewable energy outcome to it. So how this program works is that a capital lender who provides a loan for clean energy upgrades will work with a borrower or a developer to establish terms of a loan, and then work with the local government to essentially establish the repayment of that loan through the tax bill. So what is the benefit for the lender? Well, let me start. What is the benefit for the borrower? The benefit is that this adds a new source of capital that can be added to the capital stack to do a complex project or to do a project that has a clean energy outcome. What is the benefit to the lender? That they're able to work with the local government to essentially help provide some guarantee of repayment through the tax bill. What is the benefit to the local government? We are able to essentially add an economic development tool into our toolbox that does not have any city dollars into it at all, does not have any abated tax at all. It uses the authority of the city as tax collector to essentially ensure that these loans can be facilitated, that they are repaid, and that allows more capital to flow into projects that not only benefit the city from an economic development standpoint, but also benefit the city by creating an opportunity for investment in clean energy or energy efficiency in buildings throughout our city. So I mentioned at the beginning that this is step one. So in that state-enabled program, there is a prescribed process for how these programs are to be established. The first step of the process is that the legislative body adopts this resolution, a resolution of intent to establish a program. And what this intent essentially states is that the city will begin the process, establish program guidelines, identify a program administrator, which is EDGE, based on their role as the economic development arm of the city, and set the date and time of a public hearing. So in this resolution, that public hearing has been set for June 15th, so that is step two. After that public hearing, the next thing that will happen is that we will come back with a proposed ordinance. It is the proposed ordinance that actually creates the program. So again, this resolution is merely authorizing us to move forward to step two of establishing this program. I'm going to stop right there. I know this is a lot of information. I'm happy to answer any questions. And as I said, I also have representatives from EDGE with me if there are questions for them.
Okay, thank you, because I think the last meeting that we had, somebody had some questions about EDGE. Any council members want to get them while they're here? Okay, Councilman Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Zena. The question that I have is, what is and you talked about the city collecting some of the taxes for this. What is the additional administrative burden on the city for administering something like this?
There certainly would be administrative burden both on EDGE and on the city treasurer's office to facilitate not only the transaction on the front end, but then obviously the annual repayment, again, through the tax bill. However, there is administrative fees that would be associated with this. For each transaction, the state caps the administrative fee at 1% of the total loan value up to $50,000, and that would be split between EDGE and the city treasurer.
So $50,000 is the most we can collect?
That's the maximum, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Zena. This is really interesting. When I got a heads up this was coming through, I started to read as much as possible. But where could you send the council some good resources if anybody wanted to see some of the examples in other states and how it's going and kind of dig in deeper, just as we get towards the ordinance would be, I think, helpful, or just kind of more of a, case studies of other states. I think what is 20, did you say 22 states, 11 states? How many other states are participating?
I did not say a number, and I'm not sure what it is.
It's either 11 or 22. I can't remember.
That's probably about right.
Yeah.
In that range.
I already spoke with.
Our closest neighbor is Kentucky that has a program like this.
I spoke with an individual who manages a very large asset in the city that it'd be very helpful to them if this program passed, and I think everybody would be excited to see that asset be rejuvenated, and it's not in the downtown area, and they specifically mentioned this program as a pathway to do that. So I hope the council will, as it goes through its due diligence, will look in and support something like this, because finding alternative ways to get investment in Memphis is critically important, especially as we hit this hyperinflationary environment. And this would be hugely helpful because it's getting very expensive to try and reinvest.
Thank you, Councilman. If I may answer your first question, yes, I'd be happy to pull those examples and share with any council members who are interested in seeing how this has worked in other states. In addition, once we have those program guidelines developed between now and when we come back with the ordinance, we're happy to sit down with any council member to walk through all the details.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. My questions are really not from you, Mr. Zenit, more so for the EDGE group. I think you were here when we had that previous presentation on how it's being proposed that we use funding from pilots, leaving pilots that will be going towards working with funding the transit system. Were you here at the time? I thought I saw you in the audience.
I don't think I was here. I'm John Lawrence with EDGE. I don't think I was here during that, but I'm certainly aware of the proposal.
Okay. During the presentation, or after the presentation, I made a comment in regards to the fact that this council does not have any say on who you approve and not approve in regards, but yet we're depending a lot on what you do in order to get the funding. So it was, I'm recommending or asking that y'all come back and let's sit down and talk to see what type of arrangement we could possibly make to make sure we got clear understanding when you extend pilots or even grant pilots. Because if you're giving pilots for 20 years and we're waiting for them to roll out to support transit, people are gonna be waiting at the bus stops at this rate. So I'm just asking for you to come back and we'll sit down and see, can we figure out a way that we both understand each other.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. EDGE is very policy driven. All of our programs have fairly strict policy that have been enacted through intense negotiations with all the different constituency groups in the market. There's no reason that you all cannot be privy to and party to that as you all have been in the past. So I do believe that we can come back, explain our policy, explain how everything is enacted, make sure that you all as council people fully understand that. But I want to be very clear, I think in one of our more recent meetings here, we talked about pilot terms. EDGE pilot terms are capped at 15 years without your approval. We've only approved in 10 years one project. We brought the North Side Renaissance project to you all a couple months ago to be approved for 20 years. That's the only 20-year pilot we've ever approved, and our average term is about 9 years. So we're not making people wait at the bus stop for 20 years, but they may be waiting for 9. Okay. The fortunate thing about this proposal is that we have pilots that were approved 9 years ago that are now rolling off. And those that are coming out of their term can immediately start going into these other transit and mobility funding programs. So we can get into that also if you'd like to see how that works.
That'd be great. Thank you for that information. Thank you.
Any other council members? Okay, can I get a motion? Second?
Move it. Second.
I got a motion and a second. Everybody in favor? Aye. Ayes have it. Appreciate you. Thank you. Now, if there's no further business, this committee is adjourned. Thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry, your call cannot be completed.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Chair Johnson.
Present, thank you. We have two items. Beg your pardon, I did not hear that.
Councilwoman Logan is present.
Logan's present. Thank you. Today we have two items we need to address in this committee. The first one is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Union Avenue between South 2nd Street and South 4th Street for legendary radio personality Bobby O.J. That's in District 6, Super District 8, and this is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And there's a request for same night minutes on this item. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make note that this is a spearheaded effort from County Commissioner Mikhail Lowry to also be able to pay homage to the late, great Bobby O.J. And thankfully, Councilman Ford is co-sponsoring this with me since it's in his district. So go ahead and move that.
It's been moved and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there anyone opposed to this resolution? Hearing none, that item passes. The second item on our agenda is for Plan Development 22-006, Pure Academy Plan Development at 4815, 4825, and 4847 Amy Road and 748 Wilson Road. This is in District 6, Super District 8, requested by Cheyenne Johnson. I have Councilman Ford in the queue. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him talk first, and then I'm gonna let Jim talk. And I want y'all to know one thing. I don't know anything about it. Anything comes in my district, you could have at least had enough common courtesy to call me, make sure before y'all do anything. Second of all, I think some of the things y'all trying to get permits that you did not supposed to have permits right now, but you're trying to correct some different things. But I'm kind of a little bit appalled. Nothing goes on in my district without you trying to bring something without me knowing. You may want to call everybody else, but I'm the first one that you need to talk to. Didn't do that. And after everything, but I just really want to hear, but I want to hold this for the next meeting.
Okay, any opposition to the whole?
And I want them to just sit up and explain some things. And then I like to hold on. Thank you.
Okay. Let's have the presentation, please, from Mr. Ragsdale Department.
Good morning, Chairwoman and members of the council.
Nope.
Lucas Skinner with the Division of Planning and Development. Again, this is PD 2022-006.
I don't know.
This is kind of a multi-use plan development to allow Pure Academy, where Amy Wilson and Whitehaven Lane all intersect. Here's an aerial of the site to show it's about 4 different parcels. Again, Wilson to the south, Amy to the east, and Whitehaven Lane to the north. Some zoning and land use, primarily residential area. Some vacant parcels around the site as well. The underlying zoning is residential single-family 6. Few site photos from Google Street View. This is sort of where Whitehaven runs into Amy Road. There's a large fence, which we will discuss in a minute, but there is a house on the site as well as a few accessory structures. Again, more photos from Whitehaven and Amy Roads. The concept site plan, as you can see, there are multiple structures on the site. Again, the house will be as an existing structure that will stay. There's a training facility to be added, dining multi-purpose building, portable classroom that has already been permitted, and then also a dorm sort of to the north side of the property, and then a sort of a practice football field, which are those lines there. Primarily, the site plan meets underlying zoning, meets all of the setbacks. The The size of the structures range in size from around 1,700 square feet to just less than 4,000 square feet. Total parking provided is around 14 spaces, and all proposed buildings will be under the R6 guidelines for 40 feet in height. The applicant is proposing a unique and very creative landscape plan. This is what we had for the Land Use Control Board meeting. They would like to use sort of versions of pollination gardens as well as fruit trees and things as part of the curriculum for the students and to also beautify the lot as well. So in conclusion, this is a multi-purpose PD, again, at Amy Wilson and Whitehaven Lane where those all intersect. Staff feels that given the vacancy of the lots, this PD can be approved for all of the uses that they are requesting. The proposal was found to be consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. Therefore, we are recommending approval with outline plan conditions found on pages 20 and 21 of the staff report. We are also looking to add two additional conditions. One, adding to the language of the uses approved for the education facility to limit the maximum number of students to 30, and if any additional students to be added can be requested subject to approval from City Council. Also added language to 4 and then letter B to add sort of fencing and landscaping that states fencing shall be stepped back at a depth of 3 feet in equal widths with a maximum of 24-foot sections along each fence line facing the public right-of-way to allow additional landscaping within the step back. And with that, I am available for any questions.
Thank you. At this time, Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the purpose of this school? Who is going to be educated? Who will be the 30 students? And I take it seems like they have a dormitory, so this is like a boarding school. And I'd like to know if you could give us some background on that.
Sure, I can absolutely let the applicant speak to that as well in a minute if you would like. From my understanding, it's sort of a multi-angle approach. So there's sort of this food educational component, sort of an agricultural component, learning sort of the way food is incorporated into restaurants, how it's grown, so sort of from start to finish. There's a sports component. They learn a lot about sports, and then sort of the education facility. Most of the students do live on site, so they are looking to build a dorm. So yeah, it's kind of a multi-prong educational sports facility.
So this is junior high school, this is high school?
I do believe most of the students are towards the high school range.
Okay, is the applicant here? Can we ask him that question?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Good morning, Councilman Dr. Warren.
Excuse me, will you please state your name and address, please,
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
record?
I am John Galwin, and I reside at 3590 Central Avenue in Memphis. My business address is 100 Peabody Place, Suite 1300. I am the applicant, and I purchased the property in July of 2018 for Pure Youth Athletic Alliance, Inc. Pure Youth is a 501c3 not-for-profit. It's run by our executive director, Melvin Cole, and this city council has financially supported Pure very generously for many, many years, dating before I purchased the property for Pure. Mr. Cole takes young men, high school age, and through a program of academics, mentoring, and athletics, he takes kids, and I will tell you, a lot of our kids come out of a gang background. They are not in touch with the criminal justice system, but that's what Mr. Cole prevents from happening. And he takes these young men. He played college football. He grew up much the same as they did, so he can relate very well in taking those young men. And he uses the game of football. He's got an incredible track record since 2011 of exposing his kids to collegiate athletics. And so college football scholarships is the mechanism he uses to gain a college education for his kids. Caleb Almo, who is over here, graduated from our program in December of 21. He plays football for UT Martin. He is the first young man in his family to attend college, and he's a perfect example of the young men that we serve in Pure. So obviously we're restricted in the R6 area as to how many of our young men could reside there. We've had to rent space for classrooms in many other locations, including at the JIF location, the Emmanuel Center run by Colenso Hubbard that you may be familiar with, a number of different places. This would give us our own campus, and with the PD approval, we could have up to 30 kids right there on this property, so we could serve everybody in one location. And
would you by any chance have 30 kids on site, but more kids in the program? Do you have the ability to do that?
Dr. Warren, we have some day students and some boarding students. You know, ultimately our long-term goal, I will tell you, Dr. Warren, when our young men go back and spend more time at home, that's where problems arise. As long as Mr. Cole has them under his supervision and care, that's where problems don't arise. So our ultimate long-term goal would be to have everybody, you know, housed. But we've obviously been working for a number of years just to get to this step. There are a number of people in the community now who have pledged financial support so that if we do get this approval of this PD application, then the funds will flow to make this happen in terms of construction. Up until now, it hasn't been financially viable for us, but we're at the point now that will happen if this is approved. So
thank you very much. That was what I wanted for background, and it sounds like a great program. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, sir, please. Anyone else has any questions? You want to come back to you? Come back. Okay. Now, what was the age? You did not give us the age of the individuals that will be utilizing the program, participating.
Yes. Madam Chairwoman, the students are 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. We do have some day students who are junior high level. You know, a lot of mothers come to Mr. Cole and say, please help my son. And he's been very generous in welcoming some younger kids, but our system is focused to serve the 9th through 12th graders primarily. We do have 2 or 3 junior high students that we're trying to serve at this time who just have, you know, an extreme hardship situation, and so we make an exception for them in the program.
Okay. My question is, what is the maximum number of students that will be on that campus at one time?
To reside there, it would be 30.
But you said day students, so how many additional students?
I think the plan is that there would never be more than 60 total on the campus, period.
Now, I did have some discussion with some neighbors, and I've talked to you about that. Their understanding was, mine too, that there would be a maximum of 30 kids. So I don't know about the 60, because it was my understanding that it was supposed to be 30 kids. That's all the number that was ever presented to me in a discussion. So
the proposed dormitory and dormitory space on the campus that would be constructed could house 30 students on the campus, and that's the number that could be housed there. You know, our hope would be to serve more students if you would permit us to do that. I mean, the more students we can serve, and then if we could increase the size over time, it's our understanding we would need to come back to you to seek that approval.
okay, but you've already went from 30 to 60, and there's not a cap on the 60, so in a day, you could have 100 kids up there.
Well, no. At this point in time, we don't even have 30 students yet in the program, totally enrolled. I mean, our our application seeks to be able to have 30 reside on the property. We would hope that we could be permitted, you know, on a day student basis to have maybe a total of 60 students, which is a pretty small number for any school in Shelby County, private or public.
Okay, so okay.
But right now, we don't even have 30 students enrolled. We have slightly less than that.
I'm gonna ask you another question that just came to my mind. Is this the proper steps to establish a school?
Well, I can address that as well. So we are currently in the certification process with the State Department of Education to be a Category 2 non-public school. But to get the final approval from the state of Tennessee, we have to have this PD application approved, or else we would then have to go and find another location in Memphis to house the school. So the final step is contingent upon the approval of the PD application. But we have met the curriculum standards and everything else. It's a matter of the fire marshal coming in and saying, you know, this is approved, and to get there, we have to have the approval of this PD application, if that makes sense.
Can you describe the dormitory housing arrangement? Is it one story, two story? How many students will be in each housing unit?
Okay, so there is 4847 Amy, 4825 Amy. Those are the two houses that currently exist there. If this is approved, we would take 4825 and add on to that building, which would be the primary dormitory, and it's on the plan document that's a part of your packet and that Mr. Skinner showed on the slide. And that, Madam Chairwoman, is the 4825 Amy Road property. There would be other beds in the back rooms of 4847 Amy, you know, the primary residence there to the left of where the dorm would be on the site plan.
So how many students will be there per unit? I mean, like in the main structure you add on to, how many structures are you actually gonna have for living units?
Well, the final architectural drawings, you know, and the funding will determine how much we can expand 4825. I mean, if we get the funding that we anticipate, we would like to be able to build out 4825 to the point where we could have 20 something students housed in that building.
So but you're asking for 30 students, so you don't have the plans right now for 30, you're just projecting for 30? That's my question.
Well, we have funding commitments that if we get this approved, that we can move forward with the construction of the dormitory, and therefore we can house 30 students under the plans. We've been working with Askew, Nixon, Ferguson, A&F Architects, Rebecca Ware, and Amanda Whitaker at that firm, and obviously they've done the drawings that are currently in the packet that you see, but obviously, you know, much more detailed architectural drawings and renderings will have to be done, you know, if this is approved and we're able to move forward.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Is it your desire to have all the students in one building for a dormitory? That's my question. Are you going to have them in separate buildings? Okay.
Yes.
Is your desire to put them all in one structure?
Right, but we have to construct that.
Okay, okay. Okay, got a question from Councilman Warren.
Yeah,
You're working on.
this is piggybacking on Councilman Johnson's questions. It sounds to me like what you're planning on is a temporary expansion of housing by expanding a house and then building a dormitory later. Is that correct?
Well, Dr. Warren, we could either raise the house completely at 4825 and build an entirely new building, but we believe from what the architects have told us, we can just expand 4825 to get what we need, but we've got to explore, you know, what
So you're still,
cost-effective.
so you're waiting for us to approve this so you can get a final plan, and that will come back through this process, and then we'll get to look at the final plan?
Exactly.
Is that correct? So what they're going to do, we'll see again if we approve this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No.
No, we won't?
Well, as it stands, we don't have another trigger for this to come back through. I mean, this would be sort of the sole council approval. I guess the way the condition that we have for the limit of students, if they wanted to request more students, given the way we have it written, they would have to come back for that. You would potentially be able to look at it through that route. But if you want to go ahead and approve like even more than 30 students, today, it would be done here.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's what we really want to do. I think we'd like to see it. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm more than willing to approve this today. I would like if they could bring it back and just show us.
Oh, I want y'all to, hey.
Yeah. Actually, I forgot we're holding it. Excuse me. Sorry, Councilman Ford.
It's hold up in my district.
Okay,
We got you.
What he's at,
I understood what he just
Yeah.
said. Y'all not approving something. Hey, I'm not, let me talk first.
Yes, sir.
we're going to get
Before
back to
anybody
you.
do anything today.
Okay, we're going to get back to you.
I'm not moving on it. Thank you.
Please don't.
Councilman Ford, what he was trying to make sure on this is to include any plans. They need to make sure the plans are part of this approval for a condition. Anyone else care to speak? Okay, Councilman Ford is yours.
Yes. First of all, how long have you been planning this? Give me a direct answer only.
How you doing? My name is Melvin Cole, the executive director and founder. Sir, I've actually been planning this since 2008, since God changed my life in a prison cell in Dayton, Ohio.
Okay, that's all I want to know. I'm going back. Where's the other gentleman right there? If you've been planning this, you should have come to me a long time ago and we wouldn't be sitting here doing this today. Second of all, everybody know but me, and this is my district. That's not good. Y'all been talking to somebody other than the district council person. I'm not through. Do not interrupt me when I'm talking. Planning and zoning. Was there any opposition for this? Because first of all, y'all trying to get permits and everything, yes, y'all were running something that shouldn't have been ran in the beginning. Am I correct about that, sir?
Well, so there were two ladies that came to the Land Use Control Board meeting that did speak in opposition. They had some questions for the applicant.
Okay, and one other thing I just want to add. If we hold this for 2 weeks, is that going to mess up things for you to get your funding?
We'll miss a funding window with the State Department of Education that's pretty substantial. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Councilman.
Well, yes, you did now.
I wanted to apologize to you because there's been some confusion here between Mr. Cole and me. We have worked for a number of years with Edmund Ford Jr. when he was on this council.
Please do not mention my son's name. I'm talking to myself. I don't want you to talk. I know about Pure, but I'm talking about right here.
There was a bit of confusion about who we were reaching out to, and I apologize for that because that was our mistake. I didn't realize that, and so until like late yesterday. So we're very sorry for our mistake.
You couldn't have reached out to him because he would have at least told me about what's going on. But I have other council members that do not represent District 6, okay? That y'all reached out to them. Had nothing with me. I'm Ed Ford Sr. This is another election coming up next year, and if you've been trying to do things all that time, you ought to know who I am, who the district council person is, okay? I got issues with that, okay? I don't mind helping children, young folks, all of that. But you know what? That was disrespectful for you not to do that. And plus you want to bring it here today because, hey, if we don't approve this today, your funding is messed up, okay? I want to hold this to, I don't want to talk more. I want to hold this to 3:30, bring it back. Y'all be here 3:30 and I want to talk to you, okay? Yeah, that's the way I want to do it right now, 3:30 this evening. Hey, everybody, I don't go in your district without asking you. And please don't come in my district without asking me, and something I don't know anything about. Please don't do that. Thank you.
Sure. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I just wanted to share that Mr. Cole, I first became acquainted with Mr. Cole in my first year as a council member, and have been familiar with it. Things like this, they take time, they take capital to do so. So, I can say based upon my past experience with him going back to 2016, this is something that he's wanted to do, and it's just finally, it appears that he's finally getting to this particular step, although this has been something that, as a council, we've supported practically every year since I've been on the council. So we're talking inclusive 16 into 21, but still taking note that things like this take time. Yeah, I'm sure that if Mr. Cole had his way and the funding was available the first year, this would have been done prior to this. So I just support this effort, and I will be supporting it whenever it comes before council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. So make sure you get with Councilman Ford before 3:30, and I would like to speak with you separately as well in regards to this issue. So until 3:30, we'll get back with you. Anything else that needs to be coming, Councilman?
Well, for the council, I just want to make sure we do it right mechanically, just because I know that they're going to talk about the agenda. Are you willing to wait, Councilman Ford, till executive session so we can make sure whether or not you do or don't want to have it heard at the 3:30 meeting?
That would be fine.
So this, yes, sir.
I just want to say this. Y'all can vote yes if you want to. Talking about what in the past, I don't care. But I want everybody to understand one thing too. We got super districts and we got districts. Hell, y'all always tell everybody to call your district council member, but all of a sudden you want to sit there and tell me something else because you're a super district. Please get off of that today. Okay? You disrespected me. And I really don't want y'all to disrespect me either. Not today. On something. Okay? Please, do not disrespect me at all. I know of you, I know about you, but that was disrespectful that you did not come to me, but you went to my other council colleagues. And if you talk to them, it looks like some of them should have said, well, you should have talked to Councilman Ford, but I see they didn't either. I got issues with that, okay? I really got an issue with that.
Councilman Carlisle.
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Hey, for that.
So I'll be clear to you two gentlemen, just so everybody's on the same page. You have between this moment and 2:30 at our executive session to convince Councilman Ford whether this item should be heard today or not.
Disrespect.
Right, thank you.
Understand? Okay. This matter is resolved at this point. Any other matters to be brought before the Planning and Zoning Committee? Not hearing of any. This committee is closed.
City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Thompson, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colette. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearigan. Councilman Warren. And Chairwoman Easter Thomas.
Present. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Item number 1 this morning is an appointment of Yvonne Jones to the Public Art Oversight Committee, requested by the administration.
Second.
Motion by Carlisle, second by Councilman Jones. Is Ms. Jones present? Good morning, Ms. Jones. If you could please, as you come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and then if you'd like to say a few words.
I'm Yvonne Robinson Jones, and my address is 1037 Monticello Drive, Memphis 10, 38107. First, I'd like to say good morning, Madam Chair, and to the council. And I would like to thank Mayor Strickland for recommending my appointment. I am a native Memphian. I attended elementary schools in Memphis, Tennessee. I later attended Spelman College in Atlanta, Georgia, then the University of Oregon in Eugene, and received my doctorate degree in American literature, African American literature, composition at the University of Memphis, Mississippi in Oxford. The arts were always celebrated and demonstrated in my home because my brother, the late Dr. Omar Robinson Jr., was a concert pianist and music educator. My visual arts experiences were enhanced by my husband, the late J. Eddie Jones. At this time, I began my volunteerism with the Memphis Brooks Museum League, and I was elected president of the league in 2011, and have continued to support other arts organizations in Memphis in my adult life and in my educational career, such as the Memphis Symphony League and Memphis Opera. I guess you could say I am an arts groupie. Okay, urban art has become a symbol of Americana across the country. It is an attractive addition to the urban landscape, reminding us of our freedom of expression, informing us of our talented artists in the community, and even our politics. And all of us have been exposed to the visual urban art of the unfortunate George Floyd incident. And even the sculptures like the Ida B. Wells statue, the statue of Elvis Presley and W.C. Handy, and others add to the cultural atmosphere of Memphis and the talent of our artists who have produced these types of artistic works. If I am accepted to serve on the committee, the board of the Urban Arts Commission, I look forward to serving and working with other Memphians and members, and also thanks to Lauren Kennedy and her staff for assisting me with the preparation for this appointment if I am accepted. And again, I'd like to thank our Mayor Strickland for recommending me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. I apologize for not saying that earlier. Any colleagues wish to speak? All right. I also want to thank you for being a member of my district. Looking at your address, and you seem definitely more than qualified to serve on this. One thing I want to just put in your ear, since you're not too far from it, that flood wall on Evergreen and Chelsea. I know your work on Public Art Oversight Committee is going forward, looking at the art projects that are coming to our communities, but that's one that we definitely are going to have to go back on and kind of remediate. So just keeping that in your head. If you haven't seen it, go from your house, go the other way towards Chelsea on Evergreen, and you'll.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Chelsea and at the
And
corner,
Evergreen.
and Evergreen, exactly.
Yes, ma'am. So just keeping that in your in your head when you see that come across to y'all. It probably is going to be coming across to y'all soon, probably from me or the administration office. But all right, if no one else is in the queue, go ahead, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you so much. I just want to say Mrs. Dr. Jones has been an asset to this community for a very, very long time. And I know you'll be assets to that committee. And if you ever need us, come back and talk to us, but keep us abreast on what's taking place.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren?
Motion to approve.
He beat me to it. All right, motion, Councilman Warren, second by Councilwoman Johnson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Well, Ms. Jones, I'm gonna ask that this be with same night minutes. Any opposition? Okay. So it'll be heard today at 3:30 instead of in 2 weeks. For your appointment, you don't have to come back if you don't need to at 3:30. But we're sending this down at 3:30 with same night minutes. Get that, Nicholas? Thank you, Dr. Jones. Colleagues, item number 2 is an appointment of Farrah Captain to the Blight Authority of Memphis, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Ford, second by Councilman Jones. Is Ms. Captain present? Good morning, Ms. Captain. Can you please state your name and address for the records, and if you would like to say a few words?
Morning.
Good morning.
My name
Good morning.
is Farrah Captain Claude, legally. I go by Farrah Captain for business. My address is 65 Riverwalk Place, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. I want to start off by saying thank you to Mayor Strickland for the opportunity, and thank you to every single one of you for your dedication and commitment to the city of Memphis, and thank you to you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for being my district. And I will make sure I come to you for my problems I've learned from our past half an hour. So,
great idea.
Who I am a small business owner in the city of Memphis. I own Captain & Co. Real Estate LLC. We are a small brokerage in the top 15% of residential firms in the area. What sets us apart from other firms is we have a culture of inclusivity and a culture of making sure that our agents are giving back to the community, whether it's volunteering or hands-on, being on a board, volunteering, whatever that looks like. We make sure that our agents are giving back as well. Which leads me to being here. I would love the opportunity to serve on the Blight Authority of Memphis and give back and learn. In terms of my experience, I currently serve on the Memphis Area Association of Realtors committees. I serve for the Tennessee Association of Realtor committees, and I serve for the National Association of Realtor committees as well. I am currently the Tennessee Council of Residential Specialists Tennessee president, and that's it. Anything else I could contribute or ask or questions?
Well, Ms. Claude, you seem definitely more than qualified. We have Councilman Warren and Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, I see that you're discussing you're a realtor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you think that's going to assist you in this blight situation, being on the Blight Authority? What skills do you think that brings?
I believe that providing revitalization to neighborhoods is a big part of making sure that we hold the housing appreciation of our neighborhoods, and along with making sure that neighbors are being taken care of and neighborhoods are being taken care of. So I hope that my contribution and everything that I've learned over the past 9 years of being in this industry, all the committees that I have served on, will allow for me to shape and help with from my understanding, the reformation of what we're doing with the Blight Authority. I have sat down and met with Mr. Lockwood, the interim ED, to discuss some thoughts and ideas that I have, along with just, how do we make our city better? I'm really passionate about our city, and I look forward to being a part of that. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Yeah, I think your background as a realtor will be hugely helpful. I mean, understanding how housing values work, how neighborhoods spread, how comp sets work. I think that will provide a unique perspective, and it's always great to have diverse boards with different professional backgrounds. But since you mentioned your time on the governing bodies and you're going to work for the Blight Authority of Memphis, I would hope the city of Memphis and members of the administration and myself from the legislative bodies for the last couple years and longer than my tenure, one of the ways that we strongly believe that blight can be dealt with in the city of Memphis is a rental registry. And we have been working to try and get support from MAR and the Tennessee Association of Realtors. And I hope as you get your feet wet and become more ingratiated to what Blight Authority is doing, you'll become a voice within those governing bodies to support the city of Memphis or Shelby County being allowed to join Davidson County and having a rental registry, which requires a change in state law, of which, if Tennessee Association of Realtors won't support, it's basically DOA. So you may find yourself in between the good work of Memphis and more of a bureaucratic political body, but I hope that you'll use that position and your contacts to support what the city is trying to do to make real headway at the state level in trying to find a way to hold really bad landlords accountable. This body spent a lot of time talking about institutional private equity groups coming in and buying up properties and not being good partners with the city. I personally welcome them so long as they are good partners and they maintain and they treat their tenants right and they're doing doing the right things ethically and morally. So one, I hope you will support that. And two, I hope you will continue to look at ways in which Blight Authority can expand its powers and hopefully work in tandem with the county trustee's office to help us make headway, which has been a difficult process thus far. And I hope the county trustee will come along. But mainly for you, with your background, I hope that you will be a conduit for Blight Authority in the city through MAR and through the Tennessee Association of Realtors to help us make real change.
I do serve on that governmental affairs committee for MAR, so I'm very familiar with what you're speaking about, but I do have to make sure that things go through the proper channel, but I'm happy to be a voice in the Blight Authority committee.
That's all we ask.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Any other council members? All right, if not, we will take this to a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, well, thank you, Ms. Captain Claude. I'm also going to push that this be sent down tonight at 3:30 with same night minutes. Any opposition? We just have so many items. I'm not opposed to it. Okay, just making sure there's not opposition. All right, well, congratulations. We'll hear today at 3:30. Ms. Captain, thank you. That was not me. Colleagues, the last item on this agenda is a resolution with same 9 minutes, urgent transparency from the Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, board members and the hiring of CRA's new president. All council districts sponsored by myself. As I said, with same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
I'll move it.
Motion by Jones, second by Carlisle. Council members, you have a just short resolution in your binder or email. Basically, the CRA is going to have an outgoing president, and to our knowledge or the public's knowledge, there has not been any transparency in the current hiring process of that president for CRA. So this resolution is just urging the board, who we jointly appoint with the county, to make sure that this process is as transparent and public as possible. As of now, there hasn't even been a posting of the president's position in the least. So that's what this resolution is doing. I'll open the floor for any questions or comments. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to pull this up really quickly because I think it asks for transparency, and I was going to just move to amend, and I think it'll be friendly, that maybe in the first recital, now therefore be resolved, we request the board chair, the current board chair, and or the typically there's a committee, right, like a search committee made up of board members. Mm-hmm. They come to the body and tell us what the hiring process is going to look like.
You want to add that in the second whereas?
We will now therefore be resolved. We want transparency, but now therefore be resolved. The Memphis City Council requests that the board of CRA come to the council, and we can nickel eloquently write it. But basically, we'd like to understand what the process they're going to take as far as their new board search, very specifically.
Mr. Thompson, you got that? Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Definitely accept that amendment and therefore be a resolve. Colleagues, just to summarize that, adding to that is that the board or whoever their selection committee is just come and give us a brief summary of what's going on and a synopsis of how they're doing it. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Any other colleagues on this item? All right, if not, let's move this to a vote. All those in favor of setting this down for same 9 minutes today with amendment from Councilman Carlisle, say aye. 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 Any opposed? All right, thank you, colleagues. Anything else that we need to be addressing in this committee? Let the record show Councilman Smiley is finally here. All right. If not, this meeting stands in adjournment.
That's ridiculous. It's like showing up right at 10:30 and getting a full day's credit at school.
I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Members present, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. And Chair Warren.
Present. We have 2 items on our agenda. I'd like to take item number 2 first, a resolution to accept $2,500,000 in pledged donations from the University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation from private donors in support of construction of the new Leftwich Tennis Center CIP project, PK 03005. This is in Super District 5, Super District 9, District 5, requested by administration with request for same night minutes. Mr. McGowan, floor is yours. Moved by Carlisle and seconded by Morgan. There we go. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, this is an acceptance of $2.5 million of fulfilled pledges that were from private donors raised for the benefit of building the Leftwich Tennis Center. We are accepting $2.5 million today. The university has been collecting pledges and depositing them into 2 separate foundations. This is the pledges that have been fulfilled and deposited in one foundation, amounting to $2.5 million. With acceptance in same 9 minutes today, that will go directly to the construction of the Leftwich Tennis Center. I want to say The city of Memphis committed $3 million of CIP plus $1 million of in-kind money. The university has pledged $5 million to this project for a total of $9 million. You will recall that the base project was $25 million. The full project is $30 million. Today we have $17 million in privately donated pledges that are coming in and being deposited in that account. So you've heard some discussion about people not fulfilling their pledges. That is 100% not true. We are collecting pledges daily. This is the first increment of that. I will be coming back to you in about 3 weeks' time or whatever the next council meeting is after this to take the next installment of payments that will be distributed from the University Foundation in fulfillment of those pledges. So this is starting us on the path of fulfilling. Again, we put a $10 million CIP bridge. This is paying the city back and keeping construction underway. So the project is moving forward, slated to open in March of 2023, and we're slated to have the funds in hand to complete that construction.
Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair is aye. That item passes and moves downstairs for favorable recommendation.
And you were asking for same-night minutes on that as well, Mr. Chair.
Same-night minutes is also requested and without objection. And now we have item number 1, a resolution requesting the Tennessee Valley Authority complete a supplemental environmental impact statement, SEIS, to address site-specific impacts of transporting and disposing permanently of coal ash in the city of Memphis. This is all council districts, and it's sponsored by Councilman Smiley and Councilman Warren. Councilman Smiley?
Thank you.
It's moved by Carlisle, seconded by Smiley. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Councilman Warren. Colleagues, before you is a resolution requesting TVA to complete a supplemental environmental impact statement addressing some of the concerns related to toxic coal ash. I will direct your attention to the last whereas clause, and I think for me, that's where my concerns lie. The folks in this community have been very vocal about their concerns dealing with the coal ash, and I think my position has been pretty consistent on this council as it relates to the role of this body, which is to bend to the will of the people. The folks in this city, the folks in South Memphis have urged us to ask TVA to do something that TVA seems unwilling to do, but I think it's incumbent upon us to reflect what the folks in this city want, which is for TVA to complete a supplemental environmental impact statement. And with that, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman Warren, Councilman Smiley. This has been probably the most unique process, and I feel like I'm out there looking like one of the guys that's out there looking just to beat on TVA. And my issue has always been when people come before us is whether we agree or disagree is to have the information. And whenever anybody, someone asks a question, even if it's something that I agree with or disagree with, like when we had Reed Dolberger with Edge, is when people begin to start acting like they are dancing around a very direct question, it makes this body very uncomfortable, and rightfully so. I don't mind people choosing their words carefully, but when asked a direct answer and never getting a direct response, it's always very troublesome. And we were having a discussion that seemed like it was ongoing with not only Tennessee Valley Authority representatives, but those from Republic Services. And we asked some very straightforward, very direct questions that seemed very reasonable to me, and never received the follow-up for that. And the process basically said, I think we lost, I think their internal discussion was, we lost ground, we don't need their consent, and we're just gonna move forward anyway. And that just doesn't, to me, scream, we want a partnership with the city of Memphis and the city council. Unless, and I'm sure they've had direct conversations with the mayor who has contracting authority and to enter into these MOUs. But I think it'd be, to put a finer point on it, I'm very disappointed in what I thought was going to be a very transparent, ongoing dialogue about how we could look for alternative solutions to an issue that concerns a great many people. And instead it was, we're not coming back and we're just gonna move forward. So I appreciate the resolution from both of these sponsors, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Can we have same night minutes on this?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Same night minutes, Councilwoman
Johnson.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Please add me as a co-sponsor, please.
Councilwoman Johnson wants to be a co-sponsor. Any other co-sponsors? Councilman Morgan, co-sponsor. Canale, Ford.
That's Carlisle.
Canale, yeah, Carlisle, yeah. But, you all look alike to me. Okay. Any other co-sponsors? Is that everyone? Councilman Jones, are you on?
No.
Okay, with that exception of Councilman Jones, the people that are here. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that is passes in the opinion of the chair, and I'm also an aye. With no further business, we are adjourned.
Good morning. Welcome to the May 24th meeting of Transportation Committee. Mr. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Beck. Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have two items on the committee today. Item number 1 is an ordinance to establish funding dedicated to transit and mobility. All council districts requested by administration. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Easter Thomas.
Chair, point of order.
Yes, sir.
Can we have this item, if it's without objection, go down tonight for first reading as well, just based on the timing?
Without objection? First reading will be on tonight's agenda. Chief McGowan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. I failed to identify myself earlier. 791 North Graham Street, 38122. Today is a big day for the City of Memphis and our community. We have been talking for quite some time about how to improve transit for our community. Several years ago, a transit vision was cast by our community that said, here is the transit that we deserve as a community. And what we're doing today is proposing a way that we can actually fund that future. So called a path to transit and mobility that our community deserves. Just a reminder of what Transit Vision does, and I have representatives from MATA here with us today that can give you some specifics about how the improvements grow over time. I'm going to talk about the functional part of how we get the funding. They'll talk about the actual on-the-ground improvements. But this is an overview. It's basically an increase in frequency, more buses arriving more often, and it increases the access to jobs. You'll see that 79,000 more people have access to jobs near more frequent service, which means every 15 minutes. More weekend and evening service. It is a system that, quite frankly, will unlock some of the 11,000 unfilled jobs that we have in Memphis and Shelby County today. They will go into more detail, but I just want to talk about, this is the overview of the transit network that shows the 15-minute, 20-minute, and 30-minute headways, and they can get into more detail. It is a mix of on-demand and fixed route systems. So again, I'm talking about the functional part here of how we fund our transit vision. And first, I would say that earlier today we talked about pre-K and finding another source for pre-K, and we have done that. The strategy here is to repurpose the funds that were previously dedicated to pre-K, since we now have a dedicated fund for that. The 1 penny, as I talked to you this morning, is proposed to go back to the general fund. We have baked that into this FY23 budget to help with some of the raises that we have proposed. And then we would take the expiring pilot revenue that was once going to pre-K, and that would go to fund transit vision, and that would grow over time. So what's the role for City Council today? This is a proposal of how to get there. It would require your action to do 2 things, I believe. Number 1, create a transit and mobility special fund, as we did with pre-K. And then second, to allocate expiring pilot funding to the fund. The other action that would be necessary is to modify the pre-K ordinance so that we have a dedicated funding stream. And you've already done that in committee this morning, and you'll hear that downstairs, or actually down here tonight as well. So what this does is it provides additional funding in addition to the general fund. It doesn't replace those. As you know, Transit Vision has been briefed. When it was first envisioned, it would cost an incremental $30 million more. There may be some cost escalation, but that was the initial target that we were aiming for. And it really doesn't have any impact to existing general fund allocations. We would maintain those and add this on top. I know we'll have some dialogue. I know Councilman Morgan brought it up about whether we need to have a special fund or not. I'll let you all debate that. Our proposal is that we do set a fund so that we can allocate money into that fund. I showed this morning. This is the funding flow that would be proposed. Again, we have about a $30 million requirement overall, and this is a portion of fulfilling that requirement. You can see that for those that weren't here this morning, we have been dedicating the proceeds from expiring pilots since 2018. If you look at the column on the left, you'll see the very first line is 2018, the next line 2019, 20, 21, 22, and the line that says 587,355 is the amount of pilots that expire in FY23. And you'll see each year after that, we add more dollars to the pot as pilots roll off. You heard Mr. Lawrence talk this morning about these are EDGE and IDB, so these are only pilots that are issued by EDGE and the Industrial Development Board. The average pilot length is 9 years. What you are seeing here are the results of business that were granted a pilot, and now their new incremental taxes are coming in each year in the following measure. So you'll see that in FY23, it's about $4.1 million. That grows by 2030 to reach $15.2 million. That would continue to grow over time until such time as council deemed that we had reached the appropriate level of funding from the city. I want to mention that this data was produced about 3 weeks ago. It was validated. We compared it against the data that we had in 2018. From 2018 to 2022, it's proven to be about 90+% accurate with its projections. There are variations in the values of company, what their assessment is, and therefore what their property tax is. This takes that into account by taking what the actual projection is and cutting 20% off the top. So this represents a 20% reduced projection. The other thing I want to call to your attention is that what we're doing here is pledging revenues to fund transit vision. We are not pledging a committed level. In other words, we're not saying that in 2024 you will get exactly $4.25 million. We're saying whatever rolls off in 2024 is the amount you will get. This is a planning figure for MATA to begin planning their expansion, and every year this money would be pledged to Transit Vision. So we are pleased that we are able to be in this position. We have worked very hard, and I'm thankful that Mayor Strickland and his staff has been pushing us to find a solution. I'm thankful for the council members here today who have chosen to sponsor this legislation. I'm thankful to several council members who I've had very intense conversations with. I'm looking at many of you. Councilman Carlisle recently, he's been pushing me from day one to say, you know, how do we find a way to get this done for our community? So we've had lots of deep conversations with, well, I could name everybody here who's talked to me about that, but I really want to thank you all for pushing us to help us get to this point, and thank Mayor Strickland for giving us the latitude to get here where we are today. But I said Transit Vision's a $30 million proposition at least, and this shows that by 2030 we'll get to $15 million. So again, through a lot of legwork by many of you on council and working together with our partners across the street of the county you saw yesterday has taken up a similar tactic. They introduced yesterday ordinance to create a transit and mobility special fund and then to allocate expiring pilot revenue to that fund. That's quite momentous. We came together as a community to do pre-K in exactly the same way. We came together as a community to combat COVID, and now we can come together as one body in Memphis and Shelby County to fully fund Transit Vision that will serve all of our constituents. It also has no impact to their existing general fund. They passed yesterday on first reading a bipartisan approval of this transit funding, and so I'm looking forward to success across the street as well. So the question is, how much will it generate from Shelby County? This is the chart that shows the expiring pilot flow to Shelby County, again produced by EDGE. You will see in FY23 that it produces $488,000. That is because, again, this will be the first year that they dedicate expiring pilots to a fund like this. But you will also see that by 2030, it grows to $14.8 million. Again, by 2030, we will have the $30 million annually necessary to realize transit vision. Now, I know that people have come before you and said that there is some escalation there, so you'll note that I have not truncated it at 30 million. We've allowed this to flow out to 2032, where you'll see there's some additional funding there. I would suggest that this body ask its successors to say, when we have reached the level that we agree is a fully implemented transit vision, then we can cap it at that point. But today you'll see that we don't quite get to 30 million until 2030, but there is a path to getting some more funding in the future. Again, it's the same formula here, 20% off the top of the projections, but together the city and the county will realize $30 million without having any impact on current general fund allocations. And so this is what shows the combined funding strategy here. You'll see it's just a little under $5 million in FY23 of impact. You get about a $10 million hit by 2026, 20 million just before 2029, and in 2030 you get to the $30 million level, and you can see how it grows beyond that. There are questions about what do we get for that. I'll turn it over to Matta to talk about what the implementation plan is. I do want to suggest, and they will reiterate, this is for transit vision. Matta is a organization of many needs, and you'll hear the folks come up and talk in just a minute. There is a headquarters facility that is needed. Their maintenance facility has many needs and deferred maintenance and is sinking. That is not what this funding is for. This is for putting transit on the streets for the people of Memphis and Shelby County, and that's how this ordinance is written, is that it shall go to those purposes and none other. So with that, if you'd like, I'll turn it over to our representatives from MATA to talk to you about transit vision and how this funding gets us to where we want to go. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman, or do you want
Yes, sir.
me first?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
thank you, Chief.
There you go.
Good morning. I am Bakara Malden, Chief of Staff, Memphis Area Transit Authority, and I extend greetings as well as regrets on behalf of our CEO, Mr. Gary Rosenfeld, who is unable to join us this morning. We extend sincere appreciation to Mayor Strickland and Chief McGowan for presenting this plan, and to each of you for your consideration of this item. We've had a dialogue for the past few months about the things that are happening at MATA. This is an exciting time for public transit, and because of the energy that you all have brought forward, this is now a moment in time where this could actually be realistically considered. And so for that, we certainly appreciate your energy, your consideration, and your support of transit. I'm going to be bringing up Mr. John Lancaster, our Chief Development Officer, but before I do that, I just want to take a moment to echo Chief McGowan's words that this funding that we're talking about is for service on the streets. This is a service that impacts Mr. or Miss Jones that's on the street corner catching the bus. This is the funding that impacts those children that might need to catch a bus to go to the shopping center. This is the funding that impacts all of the constituents of the city of Memphis and Shelby County. And so we're very excited again to talk about how we plan to do this and how we're going to go back to the community to revise and revisit the transit vision, because as the city of Memphis and Shelby County has evolved, so much the transit vision as well. And so without further ado, I will turn this over to Mr. Lancaster, but just want to take a moment to reiterate that, and then we'll be happy to entertain any questions that you have for us after Mr. Lancaster's presentation.
Thank you, Bakara and Doug and council members. Again, we are excited to be here. This is a momentous kind of occasion. I've worked at MATA for over 20 years, and from my first day at MATA, we've always talked about the hope of getting dedicated funding for the community. So we're very excited to be here. Everything that Doug and Bakara has said before is exactly the truth. I mean, the transit vision is simply the bread and butter of service on the street for the citizens of Memphis. And again, the idea is to create frequent service, reduce waiting times, improve reliability. This is on-time performance, reduce the transfers, and cover these low-density areas. So these are the basic building blocks of a good transportation system and the goals of the transit vision. It's a proposal from Doug there. This is how we would use the funds. The first thing we want to do is increase the frequency on our most core routes, which have the highest demand. That's Route 36, Route 42, and 50. We're looking at adding some new on-demand service zones. As we come out of the pandemic, we've seen a shift in modes and needs, so we're going to shift to that accordingly. We may dust off the plan and come back to the community, but we want to build off of what the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan did. And again, that's connecting transportation and land use to serve the citizens in a better way. As we move forward to like 2026, we'll increase frequency on other routes, and of course we'll expand these zones of service as they need. As we said, this is a flexible plan. Plans change, but the core tenet is we're going to provide more service to the citizens. By 2029, we hope that we can complete these 3 on-street transfer locations, which really is where the buses come together for people to transfer, to make transfers more efficient. We try to pulse the buses so it reduces the waiting times. So again, these are service components of the whole system. And by 2030, again, with additional funding, we'll just keep expanding the service wherever it's needed the most. As the caveat goes, like I say, as coming out of the pandemic, there's been a lot of change. We're going to enlist some consultants to relook at things. We want to make sure that we're providing the most efficient service wherever we can. I think Doug's shared this slide earlier. Just the thing I'd point out here, the red lines indicate the frequent service, the blue lines, the less frequent, then it goes to yellow and green. And of course, we want to see more red lines on the map, and if this funding provides more red lines, we'd like to have red lines everywhere. The 2040 vision, which is 20 years out, has a lot of red lines, and it has a big price tag. Hopefully one day we'll get there. And of course, the other important thing is the little note up in the right-hand corner is increasing the number of jobs that are accessible within an hour's travel. And that is our goal. As we learned through the pandemic, there were so many essential workers that had to get to work no matter what. This graphic kind of gives a little display of when we talk about span of service, which means what time we start in the morning and what time we end in the evening. Everybody would like to have 24-hour service, but we can't afford that yet, but we're moving closer to that goal. And again, the red lines show which routes would have frequent service, and the idea being we want more red lines. The blue lines are about 30-minute headways, the orange 60, and the green are 2 hours. And 2 hours is really not a reasonable term of service, so hopefully we can get better than that too. This is a current map. It's a little bit hard to see the colors on the lines, but if you can tell the colors, there are no red lines out there today. That's the bottom line. We really have no frequent service on any of our bus routes today. The best we have is about 30-minute headways and a lot of hour headways, or some even worse. So as we get this funds, we're going to hopefully turn a lot more of these lines blue and red. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to increase the frequency according to the plan and our 3 core routes, Route 36, 42, and 50. So weekdays, these are the headways that we're looking at. This is our goal, is to get to these headways on these routes. Again, like 15 to 30 minutes on Route 36, 15 to 30 on Route 42, and 20 and 30 on Route 50. And these 3 routes here today, I looked at last month's ridership. These 3 routes are about 36% of the total ridership on the MATA system today. So putting the money into these routes will have the biggest bang for the buck and provide most benefits to most people that use our system today. This slide just shows it for Saturday. The only difference here is there may be not quite as frequent a service on some of the headways. And same thing on Sunday. Sundays, we still don't have as much service. One of the tenets of the transit vision is to really, ideally, we'd love to have 24-hour service 7 days a week. but that's still not as efficient. So that's why we don't have quite as frequent a service on Saturday and Sunday. But if we can, this funding provides for that, that's what we'll do. And again, this is just a map showing what would happen if we, here in the next 3 years, if we are able to get to our transit vision on these 3 routes. And you really can't see the colors too on this map. But Route 42 runs north-south. It connects Fraser and Whitehaven, and that's where we would have 15-minute headways, hopefully connecting north and south. We also have 2 on-demand zones, one operating in the south in Whitehaven and one operating in the north in North Haven. In the Fraser area, we serve the new Nike warehouse. Well, it's a little bit older, but it's right beside the Amazon warehouse. We've actually diverted Route 11 to serve those directly, so this provides a direct connection to all of those routes and services. So again, we're looking to connect as many essential jobs as we can. Then Route 36 serves the Lamar corridor, which starts downtown and goes all the way out to Winchester and Riverdale. And really it connects all the routes that go through the airport area, which is all of our logistics area, which represent over 25% of the region's employment. That's all I have. I guess anybody has any questions?
Thank you, sir. Councilman Carlisle, followed by Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Chairman Canali. It's Canali. I will be Carlisle today. I just want to say a quick thank you to Councilman Ford Sr. and Commissioner Ford Jr. over at the county side for their partnership and their vision and understanding the needs and really making this not only bipartisan for the county, but just a joint partnership between the county government and the Memphis city government. Since beginning to campaign in the city of Memphis for this office, there are always the common themes that you hear on the campaign trail. Some are near term, like speeding cars and trash being picked up in Area E. But there are some fundamental things that government can do that not only just help the lives of everyday citizens, but have a bigger macro impact. And especially as terms like regionalism come around, affordable housing, blight, and certainly transportation. And so I know this body has spent 2 years, this is our third budget, is there a third budget season? 3? Sorry, it's all blurring together with the pandemic. But this may be, I think for us as a body, I think every single person has mentioned equitable transit at some time since we've been up here. And while it may not be everything under the sun that we want, it's the most significant step that the city of Memphis and the city council will take that will have the most impact on this community, not only in the daily lives of people, but in the economic development. And I don't know that we'll ever really grasp that today. It'll be something that I think people will see over time and look back and say that this was the moment that we really began the next phase for Memphis. And so just to put a fine point on it, for this body, this will be one of the most significant things we do in these seats, much like Accelerate Memphis. So again, I think, Chief McGowan, Chief Ford, the mayor, for their work behind the scenes. I thank everybody on the body for continuing the conversation. I thank people like Micah that have continued putting this out into the public. Chief McGowan told me a few years ago, but when he first came to the city of Memphis, transit really wasn't in the vernacular, and it takes years and years of that. And so the credit's got to be shared across, many different groups and many different years. Chief, when did you come to work for the city and innovate?
November of 2011.
11 years of beating that drum quietly has led to this moment. And so really the tip of the cap is to Chief McGowan and his team, but really the chief and all the hard work that's going on, all the behind the scenes, putting this into the everyday vernacular. You've even got the Chamber of Commerce and people like my brother out there going to Transit Equity Day. And those were things that weren't happening 10 years ago. I was in Atlanta, Georgia this past weekend and rode on MARTA. And it was everybody going to and from the airport, everybody going to jobs, everybody finding a way to get for $3.50. And if you have a month-long pass for $2.25, you can traverse that entire city. And so anyway, I'll be quiet, but for me, this is possibly one of maybe the most meaningful thing we'll do to date. And I'm just very excited, and I hope that all of you will support it. That I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've actually got to walk back some comments that I made a few weeks ago about dedicated revenue streams. And I had a meeting with some members from MICA, and to their credit, they made a better argument than I did. And they changed my opinion on this and whether this is good or advisable to do. I think I was getting hung up a little bit in the theoretical or the ideal of how a budget should be constructed and made and the authority between the executive and the legislative. But practically speaking, this works. And it's the right thing to do to set aside funding for MATA. It's absolutely critical. It shouldn't be subject to the political whims or winds of the next executive or the next legislative body. And it's absolutely critical for establishing and continue to build our regional economy here in Memphis, which fuels and helps so many of the problems that we're talking about here on a daily basis. So actually, I've gone so far in that switch in making sure that we have dedicated matter for funding that some of the language in here concerns me, and I just want to ask and clarify. So in the therefore be it resolved portions of this, matter really isn't mentioned. What we're talking about is the Transit and Mobility Special Revenue Fund, in that it will be a restricted special revenue for funding transportation and mobility operations and related capital purchases. And I want to make sure that all of those mobility operations, related capital purchases, funding transportations are restricted within MATA as well, and not other projects that might come up as definitions and memories get fuzzy. We start talking about mobility centers or bike lanes or medians in the middle of the road, which also could be under the broad umbrella of mobility operations. I want this to be a special revenue MATA fund, not necessarily a special revenue transit and mobility fund. What are the restrictions of this fund?
Yes, sir. That is absolutely the intent. There is no intent to fund anything other than transit vision through the established transit authority that we have today. The name is MATA. I want to make sure we don't constrain ourselves, but yes, it is dedicated to the transit authority for the purposes of transportation.
If MATA changes their name, we can amend it.
Right. But if we need an amendment to the ordinance, I think that's completely appropriate to say that it's dedicated to that, because that is 100% the intent of this.
Okay, because I don't want there to be any confusion, again, about the definition of words, and sometimes that some of this language seems broader than the intent, if the intent is for it to go to MATA, and then through MATA, it is the transit vision that we're talking about.
100% on target.
Okay, it's an ordinance, we got some time. If we can just put a little more security on that language, that would make me feel a little more secure.
Sir, I think the proposal was to see it in committee downstairs for first reading. We're happy to make that amendment to make sure that it says it's going to MATA as we move through.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Jones, followed by Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Ms. Lancaster, I have some questions about your presentation, and the questions that I have, I didn't see any timelines from the standpoint, you indicated that during weekdays we can increase the route frequency, but I don't have a clear picture of when we see that. So I'm looking at the funding schedule here from 23 to 24. Well, right now we seem to be at about a $4 million level. That increases by 135,000, then it increases by $500,000. It increases by $2 million, but that's not until 25, 26. So, and then we don't really get to, well, we increase by $1 million, another $1 million, then $2 million, then $4 million. But that takes us out to 29, 30. So when I look at those route frequency increases, is that we're saying that once we get to a funding level of 15 million, we can be there? My question is, how soon can we increase some of that frequency based upon this current level that is projected to come towards MATA?
think we need to do a little more analysis, and we're just getting all these numbers now, hard numbers to work with. But even today, our May 8th service changes, we were able to implement some increased frequency on 2 or 3 routes, Route 8, Route 12, and Route, 12, 8, and 2. We increased a little frequency. So every service change, we will increase some frequency on some of these routes. Again, working through the details of exactly how much money we have available in the budget to do it. But I think we can do some really good things with what we have. And I think we can come back to you with more detail of that. We want to, as we're coming out of the pandemic, we're looking at what the ridership changes are on each route. And then again, where is the need on each route? Again, the transit vision says that we're going to put 70% of our funding into our highest ridership routes and 30% in coverage. Today, the little bit of change in that respect is some of those coverage routes may be on-demand service. So I think we're still working through those details. We're learning a lot as we come out of the pandemic, but I think we can come back with you with more detailed of exactly what we want to do. But this gives us a really good starting point to know exactly when the money's coming in and how we can plan it.
Okay, but I guess I was hopeful of a little bit more concrete results, because sort of where I'm getting to with this, like I said, for this upcoming fiscal year, we're at a level of $4 million. We get to 6.8 in 3 years after this. Because we're in budget season right now, I'm curious as to whether or not any immediate funding could go to increase frequency now. People who want to get the jobs, I don't think that they can wait to 2026 to do so. Right. If we can provide a bridge between this $4 million level and this $6.8 million level, if you're telling me now that, hey, with some additional funding, if we have some funding right now, instead of waiting for this incremental increase of pilot expirations, if you can say to me, okay, well, with $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 million on those routes, because like I said, I didn't see any timeline for that. But if you're telling me now, councilman or council members, we can increase the frequency on these routes for weekdays starting next year, and it'll decrease it we'll get the ride times down from an hour 45 minutes to an hour 15 minutes. So some quantifiable numbers as a bridge between now and 2030, if you would.
Right, and we can do that. We need to go back and do a little bit of homework and bring it back to you. But definitely, like this fall, we'll have a next service change this fall, and just like we did here May 8th, we're going to, again, like Route 42, we added one early morning trip. We're looking at where the need is most, but we can do a lot with that $3 to $4 million. And also, we're expanding our on-demand zones, so some of that $4 million will go to some of these on-demand zones. We've been looking at a lot of different areas. Again, the on-demand service also supplements the fixed route service. It's not going to replace it, but it's to supplement it. So the certain amount of that $4 million, and I think we've looked at, had broke out there maybe probably a couple of million to go to that as well. That would probably start about 2 different zones. But I think we can come with you with a lot more detail there, really what we're proposing for this fall. But we can, and our only other caveat is hiring bus drivers, how many drivers we can then, how fast we can expand the service with the operators.
Okay, and so this information would be helpful as part of our monthly updates, but the timeliness of it now is that we will not be having budget sessions and discussions in the fall. So from the standpoint, if there's anything that we can include as a bridge before we approve this budget for this upcoming year, that will be most helpful, and that will get people to jobs in the fall, not waiting until we have this increment going from $4 million to 6.8. So yeah, it would be helpful, but budget will be off the table come this fall. But if you can bring back to the council though, and from my standpoint, in the next couple of weeks, and it may be done. You may say, okay, well, council, we don't have any plans to increase routes between now and the fall, whatever the case may be, but it will be a futile exercise for us to have this discussion after we approve this budget for this next fiscal year, because we won't have these discussions again for another 12 months.
Right. And what Bakar was just telling me, talking with Bernard, we look like within the next, this budget year, we could afford 68,000 service hours. And that's how we kind of start with things. How much hours can we afford? How many operators do we have available? And then we look at the route demand and where the needs are, requests. You know, do we need an extra early morning trip to get someone to, you know, to the airport area, whatever. So that's how we do the service. And that's what we will be doing over the next few weeks as we plan. And of course, when we talk about a fall service change, we're planning it now because it's a long process. It's nearly a 6-month process for us to go through a service change from beginning to end because of public input. Again, as we propose these changes, we'll take them to the public to get public input. Then we have the driver sign up, the board approval, and then it's nearly a couple other months before we publish, you know, all the changes in the schedule and push it out. So it's an ongoing process. We will commit to you to do whatever you need from us. Just let us know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman, could I just comment on that?
Yes,
Our
sir.
expectation is that there will be additional service as well and increased frequency immediately, and that's what Mr. Roosevelt and I talked about. That's what they're sharing today. I asked them yesterday to say, please give me the broad strokes of what that looks like. So I'm sure they'll come back, but he assured me there will be some increase in service based on the $5 million that comes from the city and the county this year to help people get there. I think, as they said, they'll come back with a plan for you, the balance of how many drivers can we hire, how fast can we get ramped up. But I think that's our collective expectation, is to say, and I understand exactly what you're saying. If there is an opportunity to immediately jump service, that's a reasonable expectation, a conversation to have. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Please show Councilwoman Logan being present. Councilwoman Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think everything that's possibly could be said has been mentioned by one of the colleagues. I'm just happy we have a plan. More important is having a plan and everybody on the same page and in an agreement, so I appreciate that. My question is, may I become a sponsor?
Absolutely. Our hope is that everyone will jump on board for this as a sponsor.
Okay.
We'd love that.
So add me as a sponsor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you, Chief McGowan and presenter. I appreciate the opportunity. I heard the presentation on the way, but I didn't see just got the paperwork. But I wanted to make sure, and this is an amazing opportunity. I piggyback on my colleague that it's a great opportunity to be able to vote on this, and I think it's a great step in the right direction. And what I want to know is, I've met with Rodenfeld so many times about the shelters, and I did hear something about transfers and all of that, but I know from talking to him that the shelters are not really a part of MATA. A lot of them are owned by other people. I just wanted to make sure, now that we're rolling this out, now that we're going to be on the way to providing the type of, transit program that we want, I want to make sure everything is included. And having those transfers and shelters in place I know this is just the beginning, but is that included in this to make certain that we have those and they're safe and clean and all of that? Or is that another ask?
Well, I'll start and let John fill in, but that, part of a transit system is made up of all of those individual pieces to make sure that you can't have a bus stop without a bus that comes by, and you can't have a shelter, you can't have a substandard shelter. So that is a part of the transit vision, and people express that concern. So I think there's two parts. Number one, through Accelerate Memphis, when we did our small area plans, and we also did, those kind of nodes in and around where we're doing the planning there, part of that vision is to make sure that there is adequate infrastructure for transit riders there that can include the shelter. So there is some funding through Accelerate Memphis to make sure in those areas that we do the appropriate streetscape, street trees, furniture, bus shelters, those kinds of things. And then Mr. Lancaster could talk about the longer term view. They do have a plan to replace the old shelters with the new modern shelters. And so I'll turn it over to him to talk about how they intend to move forward there.
Before you start, if you could make certain to include information about the safety. I'm more so concerned with all of the fast driving that's going on. I've seen, little old ladies with grocery bags standing at the pole, at the curb with, no room and anything like that, and children there. So if you could include the safety measures and the lighting and that type of thing as well in your discussion.
Okay, and thank you, Chief McGowan. We have a whole program in place, and we've actually taken ownership of all of the shelter program right now. It was that we did have it through an outdoor advertising contract, but that has been terminated. So we now have taken complete control of the whole process, and we are replacing, actually all of those I think have been taken out now. There's just a few old MATA shelters that we're still in the process of replacing with the newer models, the Toller shelters. And we have the adopted bus stop and accessibility guidelines, which we did with the Memphis Metropolitan Planning Organization. So we use that as a guide as far as, the level of amenities, and then it goes at each stop based on the number of boardings. So there's again, we're trying to be as efficient with our funds. So where there's the most need is where we put the shelters and the stops. And we're, as we've reconfigured the system, we've had to move things around a lot. And of course, now coming out of the pandemic, the ridership things are changing a little bit. So again, we're looking at all of that to decide where is the most effective place to put the shelters. And of course, in the transit vision, as I mentioned, there's 3 main on-street transfer locations where a lot of the bus routes come together, like the Hudson Transit Center downtown, American Way, Airways, 3rd Street and Brooks, then at Riverdale and Winchester. So all of these are areas. And then in your district, of course, there at Yale Road and Austin P, we've got a couple that may be a future site. But before we put in a shelter anywhere, we have to coordinate with the city, and our safety committee goes out and reviews that location, make sure it's a safe place for the bus to stop. And then of course, we look at the lighting. We usually depend on MLGW for street lights, but we have looked at using some LED lighting, and that's something that we're exploring. It's a company called Urban Solar that we've been talking to with them of putting, more LED lights on the shelters. So we're looking to improve that at each location, but safety goes into the consideration of everything we do.
Okay, thank you for that. But I would like to receive that information about, the considerations that are being done, because I think that's very important. If we're going to roll out this new transit vision, it does need to include those types of things to make it most efficient and effective and safe for the constituents. So, thank you. I'll be reaching out.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Colleagues, before we go to Councilman Easter Thomas, everybody want to be a co-sponsor that's here today? Okay, please add that. Councilman Easter Thomas.
That was my comment, Chair, just be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to piggyback off of Councilman Jones' comments and just remind the body, if we did want to accelerate it, there is $1.5 million sitting in an ARPA line item that could go in 2024 to get it to 6.4 million? Did I do that right, Shirley? 6.4. So that gets you to 6.4, and then there's $2.6 million in potentially one-time funding that could be split up. You could take $1.5 million there, which would get this year to 6.1 million. So you would be 4 million shy of 4 million shy of the 2026 goal. But I would hope that between now and in 2026 that MATA's looking towards other sources to try and fill in that gap for operational needs, whether that be the state funding or federal funding. But there is a way today, right now, without doing any tax increase up into any apple cart, to immediately put another $1.5 million over the next 2 years towards that line item to get us to the 6.5. Now, before we go there, the real question is whether or not, and I know there's a need, but whether or not they can logistically, and I know Councilman Jones, I think, was tipping at this as well, is whether they can actually utilize it. We know the need is there, but the issue is they still have to hire and find drivers to service these routes. And so there are logistical things out there, but I will say that the money is there, so to speak, today to even make a larger impact in the next 2 years without doing anything extra. So I just want
Rhonda Logan is now exiting.
All right. That's my cue. That's my cue. So anyway, just not for debate. I just want you to be thinking about that there is a very quick way to add $1.5 million to 23 and 24 to get you basically the $6 million service level, and then the next year it would ramp into the $10 million level. So,
Chief McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to call your attention that approval of this today is the necessary first step to get that dedicated funding stream, or to establish the dedicated fund for MATA. You will, as either the approval of the budget or a separate resolution, dedicate the funds to the fund. So today you're establishing the transit fund. You're expressing your intention to allocate the funding from the expired pilots to that fund. But either when you approve the budget, or if you would like to go sooner, we can have a resolution ready to dedicate those funds. I think we've heard today that that's our intention. That follows our plan, but I just want to be completely candid that there'll be one more action, either through approval of the budget or a separate resolution that actually dedicate the funds to this transit fund. So a necessary first step, I think, to Councilman Carlisle's point, the wonderful thing about establishing this fund, and I think as Councilman Morgan said, if there are other opportunities for additional funds to come, since we have the dedicated transit fund, they can be directed to that fund. And so we have the vehicle in place today with your approval to get that done. So I want to thank everybody for their comments, hard work, and helping us to get here today.
Thank you, Chief. All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs this evening for first reading, everybody present being a co-sponsor and staff, you'll make sure that you check with those members that are absent right now if they want to be added. Signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Colleagues, item number 2 is a monthly update from MATA, all council districts, requested by yours truly. Ms. Malden.
Good morning. I'm Bakara Malden, Chief of Staff, Memphis Area Transit Authority. If you'll give me just a second to swap out these presentations. And I also have a copy of my presentation to share. Okay, well, again, good morning. I look forward to presenting this monthly update to you. We continue to remain grateful for your support and for your engagement as we present these reports each month to you. We definitely appreciate the support, and the citizens of the city of Memphis definitely deserve and appreciate your efforts as well. We hear about that on a daily basis. We condensed this report just a little bit because some of the items that we would normally cover we knew would end up getting discussed in the first item. So our roadmap only has 3 parts this month, which first we'll talk about the ridership operational efficiency, where we continue to monitor the ridership in all of our routes. As Mr. Lancaster pointed out in the prior item, those top 3 highest routes represent a little over a third of our ridership, which is really a significant amount of ridership if you consider the fact that we have over 239,000 rides on our fixed route. Those top 3 routes take up a third of that number. If you also see in MATA Plus, we have over 10,000, almost 11,000 rides on MATA Plus, and our trolley, 34,277, which the trolley also remains a popular item amongst our selection of mode options. We continue to work to hire additional additional operators as well as maintenance workers. And again, we are dealing with the ebb and flow of attrition, but we are continuing to trend positively as we look to hire additional operators, administrative staff, additional maintenance employees and the like. And we're continuing even through this season to work diligently to meet the needs. One big thing you will see is you may have heard from some of your constituents that we've been testing a trolley car that we purchased from San Diego. We're doing testing of that now. We took it out to the Madison line to see how we could retrofit that. And so there's been a lot of excitement around that. We have to go through a series of tests before we brand it and put the service on the street, but I hope that you will join us in that excitement and know that that gets us one step closer to having those lines back up and active. So under the next section, which is innovating public transportation, we focus on the ready ridership, which of course Zone 1 is just off the charts, which 53,222 boardings in the last, well, to date we've had, as well as in Zone 2, 3,279, and of course followed by Cordova, 359. And we look to also take additional resources and put those towards leveling up those other two zones to try to get the ridership up in those areas. But we remain encouraged. The data is trending positively, and the service appears to really be a hit. We're getting more and more inquiries every month about when is this service coming to their area. People who are in those areas wanting to know how they too can be ready with Ready by Meta. Our Groove on Demand is actually growing in popularity as well. It serves the downtown medical district as well as the New Chicago area, and it is continuing to increase in popularity. We were featured nationally for our partnership for the Groove on Demand service, and so we're really excited about the growth that we've seen with that service as well. We are continuing as well to grow our partnership with Whole Child Strategies on our pilot program, which has to date seen 1,895 passengers. If you recall, this is a microtransit service that specifically targets that Klondike, that area, to get people to the grocery store, to help deal with the food desert situation that unfortunately many areas of our city is dealing with. And so this project has been going very, very well, and we look forward to hopefully being able to expand that to other areas. Our Matter Tracker is now available. It's on our app, and we're continuing to refine and develop that as well as we work to make sure that we can give our passengers the answer to that age-old question, where's my bus or my trolley? And so we're working to do that and to refine it, and so we continue to just spread the word that that service is available and you can find out where your bus or trolley is located and help plan your ride. And lastly, of course, as we listen and respond to rider needs, I touch back on the areas of persistent poverty study that was completed by the University of Memphis that basically identifies, based on the census tract information, the areas of persistent poverty in Shelby County. This is a Shelby County study, but of course the city of Memphis. And based on the information that was provided by the University of Memphis, we are actually on the right track on where we're offering our on-demand service. That on-demand service is basically targeting some of those areas of persistent poverty. And so as we work to continue that on-demand offering, we'll be using this study as a guide to make sure that we are addressing those areas and providing access to jobs, health care, groceries, and the like for some of our most vulnerable citizens in the city. We continue to show the data behind telling our story. As you might imagine, the excitement and the buzz behind our trolley testing yielded one of our most popular posts on social media. And so I have for your consumption all of the data for our social media, for our broadcast, print media, and the like. And then we had some really exciting things happen over the last month within the community. You know, we proudly served as the official shuttle service for Memphis in May. We provided rides during the Beale Street Music Festival as well as during Barbecue Fest. And of course, we provided free rides on the last day of early voting in partnership with the Shelby County Voter Commission. And so we look forward to doing that again in August and continuing that partnership going on. We want to be more than just a bus service or a trolley service. We really are working to be that community partner that Memphis can count on. And so these are just two ways that we are working to honor that commitment and looking forward to more exciting things to come. And so that completes our expedited presentation. We will be certainly happy to answer any additional questions that you may have for us at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. I had a question about the on-demand service. What criteria is used to determine when you'll move into an area or expand to an additional area?
Actually, I'm going to let Mr. Lancaster, who heads up our planning efforts, he may be able to better answer that question. When I started a year ago, we rolled out Zone 1. And I believe that we're actually guided by the information that we're provided in our persistent poverty study to determine what areas we look at our fixed route service offerings and try to provide balance to where we may not have as much fixed route service to supplement what we offer in that area. And so I know that those are things that were considered in that, and I'll see if Mr. Lancaster has more to add to that.
I was going to say, we've been in a partnership with the University of Memphis. They've been doing some of the research. Again, she shared all the poverty research. So we're looking at a whole lot of things, and there's some of the software companies that are providing these algorithms for this technology. They do actually scenarios or to look at what size zone and where it needs to go. And when I mentioned too, dusting off the transit vision, that's where we may go back out, engage the community, and we're really trying to figure out what are the right places to put these zones, how big do they need to be. We learned a lot from the one in Southwest Memphis, so I'll kind of explain that process. If you saw in the old transit vision, which was published in 2019, we really had, the area was to the west and southwest of Highway 61. But as we started working with our technology provider and doing some scenarios, we found that that didn't connect people to enough destinations. All the destinations were over in Whitehaven. And most ideally, these zones with 4 to 6 vehicles are about 15 square miles. But because we had these really good east-west streets, which are like 5-lane arterial streets, you had very short travel times. So we enlarged the zone and really made it bigger. It's more like 25 square miles, but it's solving a lot of the problems. So there's a learning process for us, and it's kind of a big picture down to very fine details. So that's kind of the process that we're going to go through for all of these. But we know there's some requests in looking areas in southeast Memphis where you've got, and the other question is, how much do you do these in residential areas, or do you need one, say, in the logistics area where most of the jobs are? Because again, some of those areas are very hard or difficult or just inefficient to serve with fixed route transit. So we're trying to find that balance between where is it smart to provide the fixed route transit and where do these on-demand zones come in.
Okay, as we move forward, and we've been talking about fuel costs and increasing fuel costs, then I know there are a lot of elderly constituents in my district who may have vehicles and but as we move forward, the concern is that they're on fixed incomes and things like that. They're not able to, they would like more public transportation available and foresee them using that in the future. So I know some of the bus routes were eliminated in my district, Cordova, Raleigh, increased in the part of Fraser that I cover. But I wanted, to have that information. I want to look more into that so to determine or to see how you're expanding the other opportunities if those bus routes are being taken away. So if you have any information that you can forward to me, to share with them, I greatly appreciate it, and how they can request more of those services in the area.
Absolutely. We will continue to forward information to you about that. It is our goal to use the on-demand service to supplement the bus service, the fixed route service. And so as we have to make adjustments, again, it's not our goal to eliminate service. We're trying to provide even more service.
Absolutely.
And so quarterly, we look at all of our routes, we look at the coverage area, we look at the ridership, and as we make those adjustments, as the population shifts and grows and decreases in certain areas, we too then use that as a part of our analysis as we make adjustments with the service. But again, the goal is to put as much service as we can out on the street to make sure that people can access the places they need to go to live, work, and play in the city of Memphis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren, followed by Councilman Jones.
When do you think that newer trolley will actually be operational on the Madison Medical District line? Do you have an ETA on that?
I don't have an ETA right now. We're going through a series of tests that we're actually required to do by TDOT and by our federal regulators. And so I don't want to put a date out until we're 100% sure we've cleared all the thresholds. So there'll be a series of tests going on for.
So are we talking about 6 months or a year or 12 months or, 18 months? What's the general idea here?
Well, I'll just say it's going to be a while because we've got funding to restore 3 Charlotte vintage trolleys. Our problem is the vendors, and all of these vehicles have to be essentially restored, and that's nearly a 1 to 2 year process minimum. And right now the problem is the vendors to bring them up to the level. The one that we're testing is the one that was absolutely in the best condition. So it's able to run, but to get it into revenue service, it's still got to have a lot of other things done to the vehicle itself. We're looking at the stations, and then of course the big thing is we don't have enough space in an adequate maintenance area to service these new vehicles. So we would have to use other capital funds to expand our trolley maintenance facility to accommodate it. So it's going to be.
So we're talking years.
We're taking a couple of years at least.
A couple
of
years.
In my opinion.
Okay, I think that's what people need to know, because when they look at this, they're ready to get on.
Correct, but the main thing is we want the public to be informed and be encouraged that we are working diligently towards that moment that we can put those additional lines of service back out. So, but we want to do it safely and in the best way possible to meet the needs of the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Malden, my question always centers around the labor aspect of things, and we've done a good job of increasing the number of bus operators, but what concerns me here is the maintenance staff, where going back to August we were down by 14, now we're down by 30. Knowing that we have an older fleet, the need for mechanics and being able to repair the current inventory that we have can be challenged. Even if we do have the drivers, they may not have the equipment to get on the street. So how are we addressing this? Well, my first question is, this negative 30, if it's 300 people, that's 10%. However, if it's 60, that's 50%. How large is the maintenance staff total, if you were at full complement?
So we could probably, I would say we could definitely, if we could find more than 30, we could probably use 40 or 50 if we could hire 40 or 50. But one of the things that this situation has forced us to do is for us to evaluate, because again, this number represents, let's just say, apprentices, Class A mechanics, B, C, all of that. And so it's forcing us to evaluate how we utilize certain personnel. And also there's a changing dynamic in the maintenance department. You know, as the types of buses evolve, they're always going to be let's say those mechanics that have the grease on the nose, that are under the, changing the oil, the tires, and things like that. But then there's also a growing need to recruit people that have the skills to handle the technology that comes along with the newer buses that we are bringing online later on this year. And so being in this situation, although it is uncomfortable, it is bringing about some necessary changes in how we allocate and distribute our staff. And so we're working lean and mean. We are continuing to make our pullout, and so we're looking now to bring on mechanics that have the specific needs that we need in order to continue to make the pullout with the fleet that we're continuing to get in. And so again, we're looking at those classifications, how can we train people, provide OJT and things like that. And so we're looking at all options to bring our maintenance staff up to snuff, because they really are, the core of our business. If we don't have enough people to operate our buses, we can't make pull out, and then we can't put service on the street. So we are working diligently.
So at current though, how is this, what appears to be lack of maintenance staff, affecting our ability to put buses on the road daily?
We're having to, the ones that we have, unfortunately, they are working overtime. But we are so blessed that we have a team of committed individuals that are willing to work the time needed to get the job done. They care tremendously about making sure that we put our service on the street. And so we are offering overtime, on-the-job training. We're utilizing apprentices to help with some of the lower level work that takes place in the maintenance shop. And so we're just, these are, I guess this is time, these are unusual times. And so when you're in unusual times, you have to take additional methods in order to handle the business that we're called to handle. And so that's how we're making it. But we're able to make our pullout. Our maintenance team, again, is strong and committed, and through overtime and continuing to recruit strongly, have partnerships with other entities, TCAT and the like. We're filling that need, and we're making do, but we are continuing to work towards that optimal number.
And my last point will be, from a council standpoint, I understand we always look at things from a 30,000 foot level, if not even more than that, but don't necessarily know the mechanics behind it. But it would seem like, well, I don't know at what point to where perhaps MATA could have its own mechanic school or training. I don't know if the overall marketplace isn't meeting our needs. Maybe having an academy to train mechanics may be something that, I know it's outside of the service area of delivering transportation services, but because this is such a vital role in being operational, I don't know how logistically that looks for MATA to do something like that.
Well, actually, we're right there with you. We do have a current partnership with East High School that causes the students to dabble a little bit into that. But there's another transit system, New York MTA, and there's a person that actually I know personally that has actually started a school there. For transit professionals. It's a high school, it's a boarding school where people are or students have the opportunity to be immersed into the transit world. They learn operations as well as maintenance and all of that. And we're actually planning to go take a look at that school. And so to see if that's something that would work for the Memphis area, we've started having conversations with people over at the Board of Education as well, talking about our interests with that. And so you are not far off of the realm of possibility, because we're already looking at that, because again, these are unusual times. So we've got to dig deep and get creative in terms of hiring and getting the workforce that we need to operate and survive.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Colleagues, anything else? We're adjourned.
right, good afternoon, everybody. This is the Housing Community Development Committee. It's 11:50-ish in the morning. Call to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Colvett.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one item on the agenda, resolution to accept appropriate $378,642.59 in insurance payments from FM Global to the Cossett Library renovation effort project CD 01100 District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Somebody moved?
Second.
Moved by Doc, seconded by Jones. We're in discussion. The administration, go ahead and get your name and address and quick presentation.
Hello, my name is Mary Claire Forens, HCD Administrative Strategic Initiatives, 924 North Idlewild Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38107. The resolution before you is to accept funds from FM Global related to damages that occurred in February of 2021 when the sprinkler system that's in the Cossett Library failed during that deep freeze. If you're familiar with Cossett Library, you'll know that the building is actually, there's two parts to the building. There's the front mid-century modern portion, which has been renovated, and then there's the rear portion, which dates to the 20s. It is in the rear portion where the sprinklers, the old sprinkler system, failed. These funds would pay for the complete restoration of the sprinkler system in the old building, as well as the necessary lead paint and asbestos remediation that goes with it. Also cover some other damages which have already been repaired. And as many of you know, the front part has been remodeled. We are anxious to open it, but because of the two portions of the building share an address, the fire marshal will not give us a certificate of occupancy for the front part of the building until we restore the sprinklers in the rear. So that's why we're asking for same night minutes now that we've gotten the funds from FM Global.
Thank you very much. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're in the queue, recognized.
Thank you, Chair. That was going to be my question, what happened for us to get the insurance payment, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Lady Easter Thomas. Seeing no other members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, it's the opinion of the chair. It's unanimous. Goes to 3:30, same night minutes. Thank you very much. And this committee is adjourned.
Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, May 24th, 12:53 p.m., and I hereby call to order the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Keaton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Carlisle.
Present. We have a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on today's agenda. Residential Contact Center update, all council districts, requested by MLGW. I have our A-team come on down to the podium. Mr. Young, good afternoon, sir. Your name and title, and the floor is yours. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and other council members. J.T. Young, President and CEO for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And today we're going to present to you an overview of where we are with our residential contact center. Some refer to it as the call center, and an overall customer service review. Jim West, as you know, is our Chief Customer Officer, Vice President, Chief Customer Officer. I'm going to turn it over to him, and he'll let you know how that's going to flow. So, Jim.
Thank you, President Young. Jim West, Vice President, Chief Customer Officer at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. We're going to spend a few minutes talking about current state of our residential contact center. Talked a little bit about that during the ice storm debrief back in March. Martrice Anderson is Director of Customer Care. And among several departments, the residential contact center falls under her purview, so she's going to be our principal spokesperson today. We sent in advance a presentation. If it is available to pull up, we will walk through it. Let me ask staff if they might have that. And if not, I can resend it quickly. To whom?
Yeah. Oh, I think you've got it, Meredith? We have it. I think Jonathan's going to pull it up on the lectern over there.
I got it. Oh, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ready? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get started on our presentation. So basically what we'll do is we'll do a quick background on where we are currently.
And I'm sorry, ma'am, for interrupting. Would you mind giving us your name and title for the record, please?
Absolutely. My name is Martrice Anderson. I'm Director of Customer Care at MLGW. Okay, so we're going to do very short history of where we are last couple years, talk about our current state, show you some things we've identified as our needs, and then we'll talk about the things that we're doing to make some improvements in our contact center. So one of the things we want to point out is that our residential contact center for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, it is not just a call center, so we are a full contact center. We handle calls, we handle chats, we handle emails, and then we have an interactive voice response system, an IVR, that also takes care of automated calls for our customers. Our calls, our chats, the IVR, all of that is automated. Our email processing currently is all a manual process for us. So the moving parts are things that basically bring a call center together to get to your service level and your average speed to answer, deals with your staffing, the volume of calls that we have, our volume of chats, our emails, and how long it takes us to do each one of those types of interactions with our customers. And those things all drive our service levels and our speed to answer for our customers. When it comes to staffing right now, we do have challenges. We lost a lot of employees in 2021, and you'll see that reflected as you see the change in our performance. We've been working actively to get positions filled. So currently, while we've only got one additional full-time position filled, we've lost several people, we've hired several people, we've also hired some more part-time people to assist us. We've got about 17 new temps that are now here. We have 3 that are on the phones and assisting, and we have 17 more that are in training that will be on the phones within the next month assisting with customers. So one of the things about our traffic and how we've been changing, the number of customers who are reaching out to us and interacting with us by chat has gone up by nearly 86%. So those numbers have grown every year consistently. And actually, we currently cap those interactions to limit how many work that way, because you see our handle time for a chat is going to be significantly longer than a phone call. So while our customers want that service, we've capped that so we don't spend as much time on those chats so that we can put more people on the phone. This gives you some idea about our email traffic that we have every year. Again, this is tracked manually. So last year we did over 76,000 email inquiries that we completed in our call center, and we're on track this year to be at about the same pace. Again, these are things that are all increasing as the fewer people are on the phone, people are reaching out to us different ways. So our emails are up nearly 300%. This is information that you've seen before from the performance scorecard. Just talks about what things look like in 2021, each month overall. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, so we can talk more about where we're headed in the future than the past. This is where we are currently for this year. And again, you've seen the scorecard that shows what our stats look like, how many calls we've taken, and what our average speed to answer is at the current time. So our staffing hasn't really increased, so you'll see that numbers have not gotten better yet, but we hope to have those improved next month as we have the new people on the floor. One of the things we wanted to point out and show is that for us, our different skills, the different requirements from our customers take different amounts of time. So for our emergency calls, when someone calls and selects emergency, those calls do get a priority. So you see that our average speed to answer for emergency last year was 25 seconds, but you also see those calls are a lot shorter to handle. You take care of the emergency and they're off the phone. Some of our things that take a lot longer, you'll notice new service. If you're moving, transferring to a new site, those calls take longer and longer. So I want to show you some other things that kind of talk about how our needs have been changing. So payment arrangements are one of our calls that is closer to average, is our most requested thing from customers that we receive. But the amount of customers asking for those things has gone down. You have the automated system, you have my account, and so people are making their payment arrangements other ways, which means we're getting more calls. The number of new service calls we're getting has gone up significantly. And those things take longer to handle. So when it takes longer to handle calls, that just means there's less customers that we can serve. So what our customers need, what they're calling for, are also changing. Our average handle time has gone up since the pandemic because, again, those needs are changing. Every call, or the majority of our calls, are not things like payment arrangements. So you'll see that our average handle time used to be around 4.5 minutes, and now we're closer to 6 minutes per call. And what we wanted to do is just kind of explain what that means for us. So that change, that 1.5 minutes, 1 minute and 23 seconds, has a really big impact on how many customers we can serve a day. That really, just that change in handle time can account to almost 1,250 customers fewer per day that we can serve with that increase in handle time for those calls. So this is something that back in the summer, we made some changes so we could really see the impact and how many customers are trying to reach us. Our intercept message, the one you guys hear about where it says that all lines are busy at this time to please come back, was hosted by our phone provider. So what we did is we worked with our telecom group, we worked with our Genesis system provider, and that message is now hosted by our Genesis system provider. So what that does for us, it lets us actually know how many customers are trying to reach us. Before we did not have that information. So we discovered things like on a Monday, first of the month, we'll have 380 simultaneous interactions where a customer's trying to reach us, and our system only had 322 lines to it altogether for softwares to actually answer those calls. So we had more people reaching out to us than we even have lines to serve. One of the other things we did want to point out is that some of our calls are handled 100% within our IVR where they don't have to speak with a customer. So this year, those numbers are a little bit lower. It tends to hover around 50%. Because of the major storm that we had, that tends to drive that percentage down. So we're around 46% of our calls are handled 100% by our IVR system. Yes, so the IVR is our interactive voice response system where you call in and it says, thank you for calling Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, where you can make a payment arrangement through the system, things of that nature. So one of the things we wanted to do is we gathered some information from other utilities on where they are as far as their performance. One of the companies we work with is called eSource, and so they have provided surveys to about 22 utilities. If you notice, a lot of them did not respond to things like average speed to answer. So only 12 of the utilities that were part of the survey responded. All of the ones that did respond, their performance has changed, has gone up about 12%. More did respond for their average handle time, about 20 of those utilities, and you'll see that their average handle time has gone over 6 minutes. So the industry is headed this way, and we also speak with the TVA Big 8, some of the large utilities within TVA, and they're having a lot of the same challenges that we're having. So I want to talk about things that we're doing to make things better. We've got a lot of projects going on. We're trying to work on them all simultaneously, but focusing on the ones that are the main things first. So, the basics of serving our customer to get the calls in so there's not an intercept message is we've got to have the phone lines, we have to have the software to answer that phone, and then we have to have the people to take those calls. So we have increased our phone lines. We work with our telecom department. We actually have a redundant system now that we've put in place as of last year so that we actually have 2 systems that can handle about 400 lines that can also be used simultaneously. So we have a total of 800 lines with our backup line. We do still have them capped at about 250 because we don't have the resources yet to take those calls. We have purchased additional software licenses, so we now have 475. So that cap of 380 that we've seen on peak days will no longer be an issue once we have additional people. So we have posted positions for our full-time, for our part-time, and for our temps. So we actually have a full-time position that's listed right now on MLTW.com. We have temps, all of our temp positions, we have 20. They're all filled. 3 are on the floor working, 17 are in training and should be on the floor by next month. We've worked with our HR department to speed up the hiring process for these positions and the testing process for them. And we've made some changes to training to try to shorten that training time to get them on the floor a little bit sooner. We've also worked with everyone at the division, and we've got a 4-year plan that's been approved by our IT committee. And so some of the things that we're going to be doing as part of that plan is we've put together new performance indicators. Everything we had was driven on just one task, the phone calls, and it just doesn't work for us anymore because of the volume of everything that we receive. So we're working on new performance indicators to make sure we're meeting the customer's needs for all the different channels that they come in. We're automating our email process. Right now, those are reviewed and printed and handed out. So we're working on automated where the system will send those out, and they'll send them out based on workload. So we're looking at putting together a new system that we have that will optimize our workload. So it will basically help us manage the staffing that we need, forecast our staffing models, and have us determine when to hand out those emails so we can get them done within a timely fashion, but not at the same time as when our call volume is up. We're making some changes to our IVR system. So I know if you work with a lot of other companies like American Express or anyone, a lot of people, Xfinity, they have a lot of predictive call routing. So they basically look at your account and predict what you need. So we ask you for those things as opposed to just listening to an informational system and selecting from those items. We're making some changes for text confirmations. Our customers, when they make a payment arrangement using an automated source, they're wanting a confirmation back for that. So we're working on getting confirmations so they don't have to call us back to verify that they have their payment arrangement or ask us what amount they need to pay for that arrangement. And then we're also looking at starting some additional self-service features for our customers. We have some new surveys that are in place, so we survey our customers now, and part of that is getting feedback of whether or not they need to call us back for the same thing. So we're taking those calls. If a customer says, yes, I still have to call back, my issue's not been resolved, we have someone reviewing all those calls so we can determine what's driving that, whether it is a training issue or we have a process in place that is causing someone to have to reach out to us more than once, and going through and using that information to make some changes to the things that we do with our customers so that we can have that first call resolution to minimize callbacks. We're also making some changes to our My Account features. So we're working with our IT department so that in the future our customers will be able to start, stop, and transfer service, and it's automated so that you can actually go in, do that, you get confirmation that those services have been set up, as opposed to waiting 3 business days for someone to manually put that in if you request it online, and also bringing some of those solutions to the call center. So for our service advisors, for a new customer to start service, they actually have to flip through 15 different screens to do that. So taking some of those same technologies, and instead of going through 15 screens, having one screen to serve that customer, so it speeds up that process and shortens that handle time. So I just basically wanted to say that we've got a lot of work to do. So we've got our phone lines now in place, we've got software purchased, and so we're working very hard to get positions filled, get people in here, and we're working on multiple projects to streamline our handle time, to come up with more automated solutions for customers, and just to handle that volume of everything that's coming in for us. And we are more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson. Thank you for the presentation. Very well put together. Like to see a lot of numbers and data. But mine is just a basic question. What has accounted for the increase in vacant positions? I know it can be a number of factors, but if you could just highlight some of it.
It's a number of factors. So
Okay.
We lost virtually all of our part-time people back in last year in 2021. A lot of it was just the choice to resign. It's a part-time job, pays well, but has no benefits to it. A lot of them are retirees in those positions that would come back temporarily for our peak seasons. We do have some challenges with performance. We do take, the scheduling very seriously, and so there are expectations there. So we do have some, challenges there, and the world is changing. Most contact centers are 100% virtual nowadays, and people are looking for, a different work environment.
Okay.
So we're kind of working on how to deal with all those challenges.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Sorry. Are they still having, when they answer the phone, say you the number, caller number 80? Am I still getting call number 90 when they call in?
It will tell you what position you're in, yes.
Would it maybe work out better rather than give a high number and tell them how many minutes they can expect to wait?
We can do that.
That may help because I told them now, just hold on. They told me they had plenty of people answering the phone, even though it sounds like a high number. They rotate pretty fast, so maybe a number time rather than a number, because they just get frustrated and hang up in that case. Only other thing is, I have to say some trees came down in the Whitehaven area this past weekend with the storm or whatever, and you were there, and I appreciate you getting there quickly, getting the issue resolved, trees removed off the property. Fantastic, They gave me all the credit, but it wasn't my doing. You just came on and did your job, and that was it. The other thing is, when you're opening up a new account, what all does it take to open up a new account? Sometimes you have to go and just sit there and wait in line still to make that happen.
So for a new account, you can actually do that online now.
Okay.
So there's a form you can fill out online. It takes 3 business days currently.
Oh.
You can fill that out and enter all your information. That gets turned over to the contact center and they process it. Or you can call. We prefer you fill out the form online.
But if you walk in, will it still take 3 days regardless?
So we're not currently taking walk-in customers
Okay.
in the offices as of right now.
So when will that start?
take that
So
question.
we are presently reviewing our options for the future of our community offices opening up to walk-in traffic. You may recall a few months ago, the council approved a consultant contract to actually reach out to customers who still continue to use our drive-through or drop boxes, as well as customers who formerly came to the community office and now have found other channels to do business with us. So we are scheduled to hear the results of that research soon. We're trying to get that scheduled. I'm sure we'll be in front of our board and the council and provide an update in the coming weeks. One additional piece of information to your question about what it takes to establish a new account. We do require a service agreement to be signed in return, and we do require 2 forms of identification. So those are, in fact, federal law requirements for red flag procedures, and that's something that we've just automated, as Martreese mentioned. So formerly, you had to provide us with like a copy of your driver's license. You can now upload that online, which has really made it more convenient for customers who have internet access and are able to deal with us online.
Okay. Are y'all trying to eliminate the service centers? Are you trying to ultimately eliminate the service centers where you actually walk into? Is that the goal?
I would not characterize it that way. You will recall perhaps that in late 2019, we engaged a consultant, Baker Tilly, to do a business process and staffing benchmarking study. Out of that was a recommendation to reduce the number of community offices. For a utility our size and the number of customers we serve, we have more local offices than most utilities do. So we had come with a recommendation as our efficiency measures and cost reductions to begin to reduce the number of community offices. Those who were on the council at that time will recall we had a robust discussion around that. So we said, okay, we absolutely hear you. We hear concerns from your constituents. We'll step back and we'll revisit this decision. And that was about the end of February 2020. Within 2 weeks, the pandemic had overtaken us, and we, like many businesses, closed to walk-in customers. We remain closed today. We've continued to focus on providing more self-service channels. We do have our drive-through still open. We still have staff at those offices who are processing payments and paperwork that are deposited in the deposit boxes there. We, again, have just completed a consultant study. We'll get the recommendations and results of that in the next few weeks and be scheduling some conversations with the MLGW board and with City Council following that.
So you're not experiencing situations where I would think a lot of people still don't have access. I guess some of them have phones and know how to use the phones to make it work.
No, you touch on a very real issue. Two factors that we're giving a lot of attention to in how to serve all of our customers. Memphis has the digital divide is very real in the city. We have a high percentage of households without broadband internet access. We also have a high percentage of households that are unbanked or underbanked. Now, is reopening a community office the best way to serve those needs, or are there other ways to serve those needs? Those are some of the avenues we're exploring at the moment. But you touch on a very real issue. The world tends to think that automating and online solutions are the answer. Not for everyone. Some things you can do on a phone, but not everything. So how do we meet those needs for customers that don't have internet access, that don't have a bank account? So those are some of the issues we're wrestling with right now.
My only other concern that came to mind is y'all were working over there in East Memphis on, was it Sims and Greer or something? This about 2 months ago. And you turned the utilities off for whatever work that you were doing. It wasn't requested. Utilities were turned off. So I guess y'all went around and turned some on. I guess when you knocked on doors and got the gas turned back on. But some people were missing, were not at home at the time, so they came home and the services were off, couldn't get in. Then when they said, okay, when are you coming? Tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Sometime. They weren't given a time frame. They would not give them a time frame. I said, now we could probably expect 8 to 12 or 12 to 4, but they wouldn't give us a time frame.
Well, we should have done better if that's the case. So there are situations where we might be doing either scheduled or emergency maintenance in the street.
But you turned the service off,
Right, so
what you did.
We will turn service off for those households that are served if we were having to repair that gas main, for example. It's not an issue for customers that are home. We'll turn the gas back on. If they need a pilot light relit, we'll go in and do that. But for customers that might have been away and come back and find out that service is off, we should have given a 4-hour window. That's our typical appointment
And they
window, so we
had
should
to,
have done better there.
that night, they had no service for electricity or gas, whatever it was at that particular point. And it's because something you did. So, look, should be able to send out a notice or telephone call or something to advise people, we're gonna be doing this on so-and-so day.
If it is scheduled, we do. If it was an emergency situation,
Oh,
then
yeah.
we may have just done a door knock. But if it was an emergency that needed attention right there, I mean, we're obligated to get out there and take care of that. So it could have been that situation. I'll look into that one and see what occurred.
Because if it's emergency, immediately afterwards, then send out those calls and let people know when they get home, be ready to do this, or call us.
We leave a doorknob tag if they're not there.
Yeah, right. But if they have a telephone in the system, you should be able to send them a message.
I'm not sure. We do have text notification for things like that. I don't know if we have that one, but that's one we can look into for sure. That's a good suggestion.
Okay, that's what I had to listen to one night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for what you do regardless. Okay, thank you in spite of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me now? Okay. Again, thank you for the presentation. And I just had a couple of comments on some of the points that my colleague, Councilwoman Johnson, brought up as it relates to the service centers, call centers, or the service center. In your assessment on whether or not to open back up, I know you're closed right now, please take into consideration that, as you mentioned, there is a great digital divide. Also, there are communication barriers, and sometimes when you go in to talk to someone, it's easier for them to understand your position and what you're saying, and you can explain it. Whereas if you're on the phone or you're digital, that's going to be hard to communicate. So in a lot of communities, whether you're a senior citizen or whether you just have trouble communicating, the service centers really serve those constituents well. So I really, hope that we consider all things when we're determining if our public utilities should actually be public, be open to the public and accessible from the public. Secondly, I think it's important for you all to initiate some type of educational campaign that's very simple to understand, and how to access and how to navigate through the digital system, through, online or whatever, however you want them to access. It's one thing to say, this is how you're going to have to access moving forward. It's another thing to say, and let me show you how. And, and I'm sure you have done those community meetings, but in terms of really breaking it down to show them, or some type of tutorial or something that can show you push this button, push that button, I would just recommend a deeper dive into education for our, community. So those are some things that I would hope moving forward, because a lot of times people are in crisis, and not being able to go in, really is a problem for them. But thank you for your consideration.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. So the tutorial is a good idea. We did that when we changed our IVR system, our automated phone system. I don't think we've done it recently for other tools. I touched on just the digital divide and the unbanked and underbanked population. We've also looked at hearing impaired, visually impaired, language barriers. So we've tried to be fairly comprehensive in the challenges that some customers face. So very good comments. Thank you.
And one other thing, I know, there are the community partnerships throughout the city, and we'll have one coming on board in Cordova, gratefully soon. But if you all could attend those, a lot of constituents will be able to be reached, and then they can you can gauge the community.
Absolutely.
Those, I think they're 12 to 15 across the community. So if you all could attend those and share information and assess, that would be great.
Yeah, well, just if you provide us the information, we will definitely be part of it. We welcome that opportunity.
The mayor's office, the community affairs area department, Steve
we'll track
Schuler,
it down,
yeah, they can get that information for you.
Thank you. Yes, we can do that.
Thank you, Councilwoman colleagues. Any other questions, comments for Mr. West? All right, I think I've got one quick question for Mr. Young, which is unscheduled, but since you're here, can you give us a quick update on how your power outage response committee for all committees is going?
Sure. I'm going to give you a quick overview. And one is, as you all know, we've had several meetings of the Outage Improvement Advisory Team that was brought together to look at options to help mitigate the impact of power outages. We are scheduled on June 16th to have the final meeting where the options will be put on the table for the team to provide final feedback. We're trying to do this within the schedule of our budget season such that if any of these options require any kind of budgeting adjustments, we want to get those in before that. So we're going to be working with Chief McGowan to probably on June the 2nd is a date I think we're trying to get together to discuss these options preliminarily. And then 2 weeks later, we have that meeting. But we've had some great discussion, good input from the community, very well attended meetings. And so I look forward to some pretty significant options that might be, as you recall, our 5-year service improvement plan. That service improvement plan actually has some things that are only about 30% complete. So we have to keep that in the back of our mind that those have to be rolled out. So, but there's been great participation, communication, so I'm pretty excited about it and look forward to some great results.
Thank you, President Young. I really appreciate that and really do look forward to hearing that. And it should be an interesting discourse, no doubt.
Yep.
All right. Colleagues, seeing no other business before the MLGW committee, we are hereby adjourned.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is May 24th. It's 1:30 p.m. and I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Ford.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle. And Chair Logan.
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda. The first is a presentation from Chief C.J. Davis on her first year as Chief of Memphis Police Department, requested by Councilman Carlisle. And welcome, Chief. Please state your name and address for the record, and you are recognized. Woo! You made it.
Thank you all so
You
much
made it. You made it.
And she's still here.
Still got 2 weeks to go now. A lot can happen in 2 weeks. So, good afternoon, Sarah Lynn, C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street. Thank you, Council, for giving me an opportunity to really just, at a high level, really talk about some really important issues in the Memphis Police Department and our city. As I approach my first year, it's been a fast 12 months. First of all, I do want to wholeheartedly thank this council for all of the support, the one-on-one conversations that we've had, the in passing conversations that we had about things that are near and dear to your heart and to the community. You have shown just incredible support, not just for the Memphis Police Department, but for the citizens of Memphis. Also want to thank the administration for their support as well. Many of the changes that we're talking about today had a lot to do with ideas that came from this body, ideas that I brought to the table, ideas that my command staff approached me about that they wanted to operationalize, and also even the administration, how we work together with other departments to get the job done. Again, my last thank you is to the men and women of the Memphis Police Department for their agility over the last year. We have implemented many changes, made many adjustments, but they have been flexible and agile to change, and they want the best for our city. So I'm going to start off with my first slide. Do you have sharing rights? Okay, good. And just want to give you just a holistic approach over the past 12 months to address crime. And these are some areas I'll talk about today. Crime reduction, traffic enforcement, technology innovation, community engagement, training and career development, recruitment and retention, operational highlights, and Deloitte recommendations. Next slide. So under crime reduction, during the calendar year 2021, we ended the year with a decrease in Part 1 crimes of 4%. We celebrated that mainly because most cities ended the year in double-digit increases. It was a tough year for Memphis, but we implemented some changes that we believe had a significant effect, starting some new units and reallocating manpower in areas that we needed it. So we created the new Scorpion unit, street crimes operations to restore peace in our neighborhoods. And this unit basically targeted some of the hot spot areas where we saw frequent aggravated assaults and high crime. Our fugitive unit, it augments the Shelby County Sheriff's Office efforts to locate and arrest violent felons. And that's what the focus is for this particular unit. The Sheriff's Department currently works hard to identify and really work their list of felons in the area. However, they're not staffed to be able to address all of the fugitive warrants that are out there, and many of those warrants were initiated by the Memphis Police Department. So we stood up our own fugitive unit in order to make more progress and identify those individuals that were out and continuing to commit crime in our city. We created an auto theft task force. We have an auto theft problem in the city of Memphis. And we continue to have an auto theft problem. However, the Auto Theft Task Force has made significant progress in identifying not just individuals who are committing auto thefts, but also chop shops where vehicles are being taken to that are in our city and sometimes masked as some other business. So they've made significant progress as it relates to dealing with our auto theft issue. And of course, we're utilizing our specialized units more. Just because we have people who are specialized in the area of hostage negotiations or TAC or a word that's more familiar with maybe our SWAT units and sometimes our other operational units. We're utilizing them more now to help us with the patrol function and help support the patrol function, especially in areas where we find ourselves short. More visibility in high crime areas, and also during the times of day and days of the week that we need that visibility, especially in our downtown space. We've had a number of special events. As we looked at our Memphis Grizzlies make it to the playoffs, we not only had major events as it relates to the playoffs, but also other layered events in the downtown space where we had volumes of people and sometimes individuals that meant harm and came downtown for the wrong reasons. So we are utilizing our specialized units to help support our crime-fighting operations. Our gun crimes unit, we call it the gun crimes unit, but this, if you all remember, you approved a felony assault unit, but we wanted to be more specific about the use of this particular unit, and we're calling it the gun crimes unit. They are actually targeting not just individuals that are committing crimes with guns, but the source of guns, and working with our federal partners, the ATF, and the other federal partners to identify the source of weapons coming into our city and to make those arrests. This particular photo that you see is an arrest that took place last week. This is just one of the many arrests that have been made of individuals who are in possession of large quantities of guns in our city. Reallocating our officers to meet service demands. We're going to 3 shifts in the city so that we can have more officers covering our 24-hour response times. We created the Memphis Most Wanted webpage so that we can solicit help from our community members as we try to locate individuals who have committed some of the most egregious crimes in the city. There's nothing like communicating to the public for them to assist us in identifying where those individuals may be. So the Most Wanted webpage is up and going. And we created 50 retired reserve part-time positions. Community engagement is critical to us. We plan to utilize these individuals in a capacity where they can help us do some of the light lifting, some of the crime prevention, visiting various community centers, recreation centers, patrolling in areas where we need more visibility, where car break-ins are taking place, and also to assist us in other aspects that we may need them to assist, whether it's background investigations. We have many officers that currently are in our active reserve right now, and we use them for specialized events. But many of them want to come back and support the overall operation. They have energy, they have experience, and we plan to employ them in that capacity. And we strengthen our federal and state and our local partnerships with Sheriff's Department, with several other entities, federal marshals. Actually, our federal marshals, we work with them to host a training for our fugitive unit this week, and that training was held for a full day, and our officers had an opportunity to train with some of the best on how to identify those individuals that are wanted and pick them up. The federal marshals are also helping us in our efforts to crack down on local felons and getting them off the street. If you remember correctly, there have been a couple of instances where the marshals assisted us, and it's been a great collaboration. Also with our federal partners, we have the Drug Enforcement Administration, We have a drug problem in the city as well. And the drug problem sometimes fuel some of the encounters and the aggravated assaults that we've seen as well in the city. Next slide. Increase the MPD's traffic enforcement citywide. Of course, you've seen our campaigns with Slow Down Memphis and other auto theft operations that we've implemented. But we are also planning to stand up a unit that is solely dedicated to traffic in the city. And I think it's high time, and people are probably welcoming that. And we just hope that everybody is patient because our folks are not just identifying those individuals that are driving recklessly, but individuals that have other violations. Just folks that are speeding up and down Popular and Union and some of our thoroughfares. It's not just the weekend speeders that cause havoc on the streets of Memphis. It's also just our average citizens who have a lead foot, and we really want to slow down our traffic because Memphis has reached the top of the list for fatalities in the state, and we don't want to be a city where it's unsafe to drive. So we plan to identify a commander to help with a strategic plan that deals with interstate traffic, working in close proximity with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and also more street enforcement in neighborhoods that we see reckless driving on a regular basis and just reckless disregard. We plan to increase that unit by 10 police officers. There is a traffic unit right now, however, it's not staffed at the levels that we need it to be, but we plan to put 10 police officers in that unit. We also plan to purchase an additional 6 motorcycles so that we can also have motorcycle officers assigned to the traffic unit, where our current motorcycle officers spend a lot of their time with escorts. We will still provide that service, but we need traffic officers to actually conduct traffic enforcement as well. We saw a 40% reduction in our highway shootings, and I believe that had a lot to do with just the efforts, not just with the Memphis Police Department, some of the operations that we've conducted, and that itself is a reason to celebrate. I think there's a lot of concern just for average citizens commuting on our expressways or our interstates, just in fear of some of the altercations that take place, road rage and other conflicts that have been taking place on our interstates. So we have seen a 40% reduction. And then we'll be running frequent details with our discretionary units. We're doing that now, but we plan to increase those details as well. So I'll talk a little bit about how we've incorporated technology to augment our crime-fighting goals. We've completely revamped our CompStat. Our CompStat meeting it's a weekly meeting, and it's really about comprehensive statistics on crime fighting. And the 5 principles that we go by for the department is commander accountability, making sure that our leaders and our commanders that are responsible for specific areas and zones of the city are accountable and understand the problems and that they can respond to various types of issues that are specific to their areas. Accurate and timely intelligence, basically to know what is happening in your area. Effective tactics, have a plan to address the problem. And then rapid deployment, do it quickly. It's important for us to not wait for trends to continue, but once we identify a trend, to be able to respond to it in a manner in which we curtail it before it becomes worse. Relentless follow-up and assessment of crime trends as well. And if the solution is working, then we plan to do it more. And if it's not working, we plan to recalibrate, back up, and figure out what we need to do in order to address various problems. And those are just some snapshots. That first snapshot is sort of an overview of our dashboard. It represents every district and the various crime stats It's a quick shot of where the various stations are at any point in time as it relates to their crime. The second photo is just a snapshot of enforcement in that area. We can change those maps to show traffic enforcement. We can change those maps to show arrests. We can change them to show any area of any criminal category that we need to be able to look at any point in time, real time, in those meetings. And then, of course, we can pull hotspot maps up so that we can discuss where our concentrated problems are. Next slide. More about technology. We are rolling out, in partnership with HR, we're rolling out Kronos, which will be a huge help for the Memphis Police Department. No more time keeping on spreadsheets. So we're looking forward to that. Yes, we are. And the automated timekeeping will help us to be a more efficiently run department. We will have more accuracy in our timekeeping and certainly more accountability. So we're looking forward to that. We're really in the piloting stage, about to begin piloting that particular software platform. Power BI is the platform that you saw that we recently implemented. It is basically the CommStat platform. We have now a gang investigator intel platform called Formalytics, so that we can connect gang activity with homicides, with people, with cars, and all of this information correlated in a database, so that if we can see, if we have a homicide in a particular location, we can connect that homicide with maybe a robbery or individuals and other individuals that are connected to that particular individual or crime. We implemented our Power DMS platform. This is a document management platform. We're a department that had a lot of paper. We're getting rid of all the paper so that we can do real-time document sharing. It's like DocuSign on steroids. We can also conduct training. It shares training videos for our officers. It keeps track of the various employees who have accessed mandatory training, so that we can query to see who has completed or who has signed for certain documents, who has not, and we can zero in on those individuals to say, basically, we've got 85% of your staff in Austin P that has signed off on this mandatory information, and the other 25% you need to get them done in the next day or so. So Power DMS is a very powerful tool, and we look forward to utilizing it. Also, our new fleet provides Spanish commands in communities where we have our community members who are not bilingual. The vehicle itself will help communicate to an individual as it relates to what the officer wants that individual to do. So that technology will be built into our new fleet. We have cruise lights. Some of you have probably seen the cruise lights. It's new to Memphis, but it's not a new concept. It provides additional visibility that officers are in the area. Cruise lights can be seen without them flashing, but they can actually be seen for a block away, so individuals can say, oh, there's a police officer over there. And in your peripheral view, next time you see one, you probably saw the officer, but if those cruiser lights weren't on, you wouldn't recognize that that was a police vehicle. So the cruise lights help us, especially in areas where we want community members to see that there's a police officer in our area. So we also are going to expand our camera footprint. There are opportunities for us to expand our camera access through public and private sector relationships. I spoke to University of Tennessee and other institutions that have exterior cameras. We want to ingest those cameras into our real-time crime center, so that if crimes are committed on certain corners, we can pull up the closest cameras that not necessarily belong to the police department, but belong to private entities, and we'll be able to use that footage real time. to help direct our officers about ingress, egress. It could be a bank camera that we may ingest. Next slide. Community engagement. I spoke about the 50 officers that we plan to roll out. And just so you know, this is part of what we are hoping to be the beginning of reinstituting the COAC model, so that we have more officers in the community visible and providing crime prevention, providing support to our patrol officers. Sometimes our patrol officers get very busy running from one call to the next, and these officers will support our daily operation. We're revamping our Memphis Police Athletic League, our PAL. PAL is a very important program. We plan to expand PAL not just in certain communities but throughout the city. In order to do that, we plan to expand the community engagement unit in general, so that we can have the appropriate supervision and supervisors, so that our program is consistent, is made public, and we get the support from the community that we need in order to have effective program. We also continue to expand our clergy academy. We just graduated over 50 clergy a few weeks ago. Our Citizens Police Academy and our Dare Great program. We have talked to the Girl Scout board, and we plan to have a Girl Scout troop sponsored at every station in the city. And if there's already a Girl Scout troop in that area, we plan to partner with the existing Girl Scout troop and just support the troops that are currently in activation in certain communities. If there aren't any, we plan to start them. And then the One Cop program is one precinct, one congregation. We participated in that last year. It's a national program where it brings churches and police together to have conversations and support, to really talk about how we work together to have less confrontational encounters with the police and building better relationships. That is called One Precinct, One Congregation. And we've participated in several of the Stop the Killing walks and other community walks that we think are really important to continue to advocate for less gun violence in our community. Next slide. Training and career development. We have hosted 6 leadership retreats. Some of our leaders had never been to a retreat. Leadership training is critically important to our department and to the growth of the future leaders of the department. So not only do we plan to continue our leadership retreats so that we can come together at least quarterly, but these retreats also give our leaders an opportunity to participate. As you can see on that image there, they were literally working on problem solving, identifying problems in their work environments and having buy-in by contributing to how do we solve that problem and taking ownership of it. So our retreats have been very successful. We've actually had probably 350 participants so far, and they have found it quite rewarding for them. We also plan to institute leadership training throughout the department at all ranks to prepare our leaders early on in their careers for leadership challenges. Even our officers need leadership training in order to better deal with situations in the community, because when they respond, they're the leader. And we want them to start developing at an early age, so by the time that they reach the lieutenants, the majors, and so on, it won't be their first time to understand good leadership principles. Plan to expand our rifle program. This is something that a lot of our officers have talked about. There are so many weapons on the street. We need to upgrade our equipment, and we've already started working on that. We want to train and expand our TASER program as well. Right now, our crisis intervention trained officers use TASERs, but TASERs are a very essential part of equipment, because there are times when a crisis intervention trained officer isn't available, And the utilization of a taser is a less lethal option for officers to have, and that's what we want for all of our officers, not just our crisis intervention trained officers. Crisis intervention training is beneficial not just to those individuals that respond to mental consumers, but it's also beneficial in domestic violence situations, in hostage negotiation situations, individuals threatening to commit suicide, and so many other types of situations that officers can utilize that training. And as I said, we plan to incorporate crisis intervention training in our recruit training so that by the time our officers graduate from recruit training, they will also be certified in crisis intervention. And we plan to expand our in-service training to our civilian, our non-sworn staff as well, so that they can be trained in various areas as relates to customer service, ethics, and so on. Next slide. Recruitment and retention. Over the last several months, we've graduated 95 police officers. We have approximately 170 new recruits. We have 72 right now that are in class, and we have more than 100 that will be ready for the next class in the next 3 weeks or so. Is that correct, Chief Jones? In the next 3 weeks or so, we plan to divide that class as a large number of individuals. We plan to keep that class number the same, but divide the classroom up and run 2 consecutive classes at the same time. We also have aspirations of a class in September and one in December as well. We're participating in hiring expos, and the administration and the communications office has helped us blow out our marketing campaign, and we have done quite well with attracting applicants. And it should be noted that even though our marketing campaign is a national campaign, we have found more interest in our regional area, which is a plus for us because it's easier to hire individuals that are close by as well. We modified our hiring standards, 2 years of employment now. We changed the physical requirements, the 17-minute mile. The reasoning behind that is it's not a state requirement. However, we want our officers to be in physical shape, but we have them for 6 months, and we believe that if they can run a 17-minute mile, we can get them down to 16 minutes in 6 months. We have found more success. That's why we have 72 people in our class right now. Most of my officers today cannot run a 17-minute mile. So we believe that allowing individuals to come into the training academy and we train them physically and they meet all of the other requirements, we can graduate larger classes. We plan to hold our promotions every 2 years as promised by the administration and also our negotiations with our MPA. We have conducted recent promotions and we plan to continue to promote our officers as a means of retention. Retention bonuses are in effect this year. Our 5% increases are also in effect, and we believe that that's going to be very influential in keeping our officers on board, especially as they sign bonuses. Our take-home car program, a relocation bonus, tuition reimbursement, and the leadership training that I mentioned, our Leadership Institute, the modification of our residency requirement as well. And I'm coming towards the end here. I have only a couple of more slides. Our department highlights, our reimagining policing recommendations. I have met with the reimagining policing task force, and we continue to implement the various recommendations that were made by that task force, sharing data and also youth programs, our relationship with our local clergy, active and responsive relationships with CLERB. Working really well with CLERB, and I have presented before CLERB on updates on use of force and other issues that are important to them to know about. Our use of force complaints were reduced last year, and we hope to keep it in that direction. They were reduced significantly, actually. Overtime operations to, our patrol fleet. We're changing our patrol fleet. We had a little bit of a competition to sort of reimagine the new patrol fleet, and that vehicle up there in the competition, our officers designed the vehicle, they voted on it, and that's the vehicle that won that competition. Just an opportunity to get our officers engaged in what they'll be driving in the future. We plan to staff the Memphis Police Department's EDU, the entertainment district, with 30 additional officers, and that should take place within the next 30 days. We are having our commanders to have monthly meetings with their stations, their community members, inviting the community members to meetings. And Councilmember Chairwoman Logan, we will continue to support PJAs and be available for you in any way that you see fit. Our collaborations with the unit, we're keeping an open conversation with the union about a myriad of issues. You see the modified Memphis Police patch. The patch is the same original seal of the Memphis Police patch. However, we embedded the flag in the patch as well. You'll see our officers wear patches on both sleeves now so that we can identify our officers from some other jurisdiction in the state of Tennessee or security officers. Many of the security officers wear a flag on one side. Sometimes you can't tell if that's a Memphis police officer or not. Now you can tell. I'm going to model mine for you. Both sides. And this is in line with best practices around the United States. Major agencies wear patches on both sleeves for identification purposes. And this is another shift so that we can be recognized by our community members. We're in the process of the 30 by 30 initiative, increase females by 30% in our department. This is a national initiative that we decided to be a part of. We were engaged in the legislative processes this year to secure resources through the state to help us with crime reduction. And we are relaxing our beard policy. We have not changed the policy yet, but what we're trying to, I see thumbs up, but we are attempting to do is make sure that our officers comply with the 1/4 inch, because they still have to be able to have a seal on their face if they have to respond to some type of emergency where there are chemicals or gas, and it could happen. It happens around the country. It can happen anywhere. So we want them to be OSHA compliant, but we plan to relax and allow our officers to wear beards at a 1/4 inch. We have put together what we call our grooming and appearance committee, and they will also be allowed to wear their tattoos if they go before that committee, who is made up of their peers. And that committee approves them as long as they're not wearing anything obscene or offensive to the public. So they will be allowed to wear their tattoos. And as I share these last slides, this is a recommendation to add first line supervisors. The Memphis Police Department is more heavy on the top than it is on the bottom. Some 1,600 of our officers, sometimes that group, the largest group of our officers, don't have the career path or options to move in different areas of the department in a relatively short amount of time, or the typical amount of time for an officer to move to the rank of sergeant or first line supervisors, typically 5 years or less. Some of our officers, it's taken them 12, 13, 20 years to get to the rank of lieutenant. So the next slide shows that what we want to do is eliminate the rank of lieutenant colonel, and we plan to phase that out. This proposal isn't going to hurt anybody. We plan to phase it out. We currently have some 10 vacancies for lieutenant colonel, so this is a good time for us to begin to do that. And the work that a major does and a lieutenant colonel does is not very different. And we plan to add a first line supervisor rank so that our officers have more of a career path, and also have more of a career path if they make senior patrol officers. Some of the officers are out on the street and they have experience, they have time, And we want to give them that option as well, and that will help to increase their opportunities at a short period in their tenure with the police department. And I believe, last but not least, Deloitte study. I promise this is the last slide. We implemented several recommendations. One is we're still working on, and that is the transport van options or transport options. As some of you know, our officers spend a lot of time in line trying to ensure that they are checking in an individual that might be arrested at our local county jail. And the time that they spend in line trying to get these individuals in is costly, and it's frustrating for the officers because they want to be able to get back out on the street and do their work. So we're going to be working closer with our judicial commissioner so that we can figure out how we can have transport vans so that one officer can transport and there aren't any questions about the affidavit from the primary officer. And this is a very complex issue, but we will continue to work on it so that we can get our officers back in service and out of the lines over at the jails. We realize that our sheriff's office is short as well. And we also consider having our retired officers take on some of that responsibility. Utilization of non-sworn police. Councilmember Logan, I believe you had mentioned that before. And right now we're continuing to use our PSTs as much as possible. That pulls our officers out of having to deal with minor traffic offenses. We just have to increase those numbers of PSTs since they aren't sworn. And we're also looking at how do we make sure that we have more civilians actually doing crime scene processing, because in many cities, it's civilians that actually do the crime scene function. We currently have police officers that do that function and also civilians, but we might be able to civilianize that entire process. And of course, in central records, having civilians to help us with misdemeanor report taking and whatnot, unless a person just demands that an officer show up, and sometimes they do that, and we go ahead and send an officer. Recruitment enhancements, we're utilizing data from Deloitte 360 to help batch potential applicants from an algorithm that they put together on who are the most ideal candidates for the Memphis Police Department, and we're using those lists so that we can be more focused, laser focused on candidates that meet the requirements. They also recommended that reallocate staffing to optimize workload, and that's what we're doing with some of our shifts, putting more officers on those shifts. And then the workforce management, basically utilizing telestaff as much as possible for our bidding process. And telestaff is a feature of the new Chronos system. So the Chronos system will actually conduct the bidding process as opposed to the police department. It'll be built in to the scheduling module. Long-term absences. When I first arrived 12 months ago almost, we had about 300 people on long-term absence. That's a lot of folks. We have been working that list. We've probably chopped it down about half now, and we're really working to get people back to work, give those that really need to stay out the support that they need, but also making sure that we're monitoring individuals on long-term absence and that those absences are legit. And workforce scheduling, I spoke about automated timekeeping that is impending. I know that may have been long, but it's been a long 12 months and a lot of things going on. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. It's very insightful, and we appreciate it. Now we have questions from colleagues. Councilman Warren, you are recognized.
Hey, good afternoon, Chief. Thank you for that presentation. As we're moving to 3 shifts, it was my understanding that that 4th shift at one point was sort of an overlap on our busier hours. So as we're staffing these shifts, is there one shift that will have more people on it so the community will know that we're still staffing for volume of crime and intervention?
Yes, and we want to make sure that we let our community know that the 3 shifts won't take away from our response to various calls. What it will do is it'll probably reduce the amount of time it takes to respond to calls. It'll also give us an opportunity to have more supervisors supervising all of our shifts. Some of our individuals that were on that 4 shift, on the 4 shifts, they didn't have a complete complement of officers. It presented an officer safety issue. Sometimes that watch would have 5, 6 people, and a shift should have at least 12 individuals. So we believe that ensuring that we place them on those 3 different shifts, it gives us a full complement of officers, and it also gives us the ability to have more control over, or span of control from supervisor standpoint. And I'm going to call Don Crow up, because Don Crow knows a little bit about the history of how that particular, Don knows a lot about history, how the Delta shift came about some time ago.
Thank you, Chief. So I guess still the question, and perhaps Chief Crow, you can, Deputy Chief Crow, you can tell me, if we had that Delta shift to provide more manpower at certain times, are we alternating or having like 20 people on for shift A and 40 people on for shift B and 15 people on for shift C based on our volume of crime? How are y'all doing that so the community can know?
Thank you, Chief Crow. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Don Crow, Assistant Chief of Police, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. And I always want to start with the history lesson. So the Delta shift was created in 1986 for the Memphis Police Department. And for those that don't know, the Delta shift is the 4th shift. So our Alpha shift is the midnight shift, the Bravo shift is the day shift, the Charlie shift is the afternoon shift. And so in 1986, we had 4 precincts, north, south, east, and west. To staff a Delta shift, you needed about 80 to 90 officers to add that extra shift. Well, now we have 9 precincts, and to fully staff the Delta shift, you need upwards of 200 officers to fully staff it. And so currently, it's just become a management, solving, scheduling problem. So we're deleting the Delta shift, but we're taking those Delta shift officers and spreading them through the other shifts. So each precinct will be slightly different, but ultimately the goal will be the same, in that the Alpha shift should have 18 officers present every day. The Bravo shift should have 18 officers present every day. And the afternoon shift should have about 24 officers present every day. Now we know as we get this started, there'll be some challenges, but as we graduate recruits from the academy, it'll go right back up, and so we'll have the officers there.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up on that?
No, I did
not.
not.
I thought you were saying something. I'm sorry. Okay, now we have Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Davis, Chief Crow, thank you for being here. Thanks for not quitting on us. Always good to make it a year. And Chief Davis, I have to say, just before I get into my questions in general, I think Chief Davis is like really taking Memphis as her adopted home and with open arms. She said our Grizzlies. I don't know if y'all caught that earlier. I know they're building a house, so they're here for the long stay. That means a lot. You know, Memphis is we're a very proud city, and so to have you to come in and really want to be a part and really make your your roots here means a lot, at least to me personally, and I'm sure for the rest of the council. And also to the command staff. I mean, you see all these things, years of doing things the same way. It's great to see that even just seeing different command staff leaders over the last months come to present instead of just Chief Davis coming herself over and over again and allowing other officers to be more visible and take ownership of what they're doing, I think is critically important to culture and morale. Chief Davis, you've been pretty clear, and it's interesting how far we've come probably in 24 months, at least since I've got on the council, just in national narrative and things of that nature to where we are today. as far as crime and what's going on and how police officers fit into their communities. And I would just ask you, I guess as an expert, is it your belief today that more boots on the ground will, in the near term, I mean, we know in Memphis our greatest problem is poverty, but in the near term, as far as it relates to crime, that more boots on the ground will have the most significant impact to deter and reduce crime?
Yes, and as you can see, Councilmember, my slides were the holistic approach. But from the holistic approach, having the resources that we need, not just to enforce laws, but also to be visible, to give people some sense of comfort that crimes, won't be committed in the presence of an officer. If an officer is standing around, most of the time, I would say 99% of the time, people are less likely to commit a violent crime or criminal activity. So it's not as much the enforcement as it is a preventive measure to have that visibility and have it ramped up or ramped down however we need it, and to have our officers trained in a way that we're constantly building relationships with the community, that we're not an occupying force, and that their presence is really to help them help themselves too. So yes, I believe that, based on history here as well, in 2011, we had 2,500 officers, and in 20 years, that particular year was the lowest in crime. And I believe it had a lot to do with the extra visibility of our staff.
And I would just note what was going on in the world. We were in the middle of a recession and people were losing jobs. And so I think it goes to demonstrate you at that exact point that yes, there always are external forces that could cause people to lead to a life of crime based on their life situation. But nonetheless, having officers being visible in communities, working with communities can help. And not only with deterring crime, but whether they enforce in clearance rates, right? Getting cooperation from communities. You mentioned, well, I guess I'll just ask you, you mentioned several initiatives that the council has supported, that the mayor and your team have come up with. But I would ask you, what do you think today is the single greatest barrier for us recruiting and hiring officers, whether it be new recruits or lateral transfers? We've taken a significant step in trying to eliminate as many of those as possible. But is it, and I know that there's a 5% pay bump this year and a 5% pay bump. Is it still pay? Is it higher retention bonuses? Is it relocation funds? Councilman Jones has raised the issue. We're in the middle of budget season now. I would say for a significant portion of Memphians, if not all, crime is the single greatest factor. And people use the term priorities, which is grammatically incorrect. Can only be one. And so if the priority is crime today, what is the single greatest barrier for you as the chief of the police department that the council can help you solve?
Of course, retention is important to us as well. Much of what I talked about today, not just money incentives, but also other incentives to have our officers to appreciate the fact that we're trying to build in a career path for them. We've had officers to leave because other agencies give them an opportunity to be further along in their careers. And time is of the essence for an individual that aspires to, move through the ranks and end their career, at a certain place. We all have, our self-actualization kinds of, thoughts. So retention is important to us, to retain our officers, create an environment where they want to come to work, they feel good about it. The environment is significantly changed. The officer that we hired 30 years ago is a different guy or gal today. Their aspirations have a lot to do with, as I said, goals that they had, personal goals, being able to have time off and downtime, those issues and those elements that weren't that important, to me. We went to work and we were glad to be there. And now we have a generation that's a different generation. They're smart, they want more, but we can't just throw money at them at the same time. We have to create an environment that, helps them to get prisoners in the jail, makes them feel like they're successful every day, and it requires us to do a lot of work on that end. The other challenge are challenges that aren't necessarily within our our grasp, community and social issues that continue to breed and manifest the types of crime problems that we see. I know there are many programs that are going on in the city right now, but as a police department, we plan to do our part to try to help our young people and help move them in a different direction so that we have less that we have to deal with as it relates to our gun crimes, because those individuals are getting younger and younger.
That's a great point. Councilwoman East Thomas and Councilman Jones and I were talking while we were having lunch about those programs and hoping that there's so many spots available this summer, and we're hoping that they're all filled through the various departments and community affairs. I think it was, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Well, I think was the quote in the room. I've got a couple more quick questions, and I know we need to keep moving on. You mentioned the proposed rank change, which I think career path and opportunity is important in any firm. When do you anticipate that being approved and moving forward with the rank, with a structure change?
Well, I've already had conversations with the administration and, of course, with our finance manager, Chief Ford, about, is this something that's doable? And based on the fact that we're eliminating, a row, there's great possibility that we can see that done this year. But we also want to make sure that we talk to the MPA and have those conversations, and we have had initial conversations. This is a move really for the masses of our officers, for the future of the department, because every entity that has done a study on the Memphis Police Department says that you really need to do something with your rank structure. We have few first-line supervisors. When you don't have enough first-line supervisors, you don't have enough eyes on issues. Your officers may not be where they need to be. They may not be doing what they need to be doing. And we just don't have this. We have a span of control issue right now. A lieutenant's responsibility should be primarily administrative. However, our lieutenant's responsibility is administrative and first-line supervisor. They're the hardest working individuals in the Memphis Police Department. So to create that other rank gives our lieutenants an opportunity to do critical work as it relates to timekeeping, disciplinary actions, all of those responsibilities that most police lieutenants do, and not have to, run out in the street and constantly oversee our officers as well.
Well, what I would respond to that with is that's very exciting to hear. I understand your need to work with the MPA, certainly, and it can be a sensitive area. But as far as the money is concerned, at least from where I'm sitting, whatever that request needs or has to happen in order to make that happen as soon as possible, I'm ready, willing, and able, and I'm sure there are other members of the body that would be as well. One is on the take-home car update. We gave a CIP of $1 million last year. And I think we gave also out of the ARPA funding. When do you expect those cars in a meaningful number to start hitting the streets?
Jones handled that.
And this be the last one on this term. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is what we're here for. If we need to move on later things, this is why we're here.
We have several in the queue. We'll finish this out, and then we'll go to our other councilmen in the queue, and then we'll come back if we need to. Go ahead, sir.
Cars in that you provided that money for. Once we shift to changing the Delta shift and that deletion, and once those people are dispersed throughout the community, throughout the various precincts, then we're going to assign those cars. So that should be happening next month. So we got 30 that's in now that we're out.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. We're going to move to Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you so much. Again, Chief, congratulations on a job well done and not giving up and running back home. I appreciate that. Now, but my question is in regards to a request that's been asked, I know by our chairperson and the community. What about these neighborhood policing, reinitiating those particular sites? I didn't hear anything about that today.
So I sort of intertwined the whole community engagement piece with our retired officers as being part of that, because we know we don't have the numbers of officers that we need to really blow up COAC just yet. I believe in that model too. I believe we should have more officers in the community. But we plan to take these 50 officers and sort of start up our COAC, and some of them used to work COAC, and start up our COAC initiative and have them in the communities. I read the resolution. I just happened to run across it that was passed back in 2020.
Yes.
That this body did, and that really sort of reinforced my mindset about, well, what can I do right now? And what I can do right now is bring on these retired officers to help us with some of the crime prevention, some of the drop-ins with businesses, working with our community members. But we do plan to blow that model back up once we, get more staffing on. Right now, we are really putting a lot of focus on making sure that we're responding to calls for service as the demands have presented themselves.
Okay, thank you, but please don't forget it. Thank you.
I won't.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, we have Councilman Morgan.
There's a lot, so I'll try to be brief and just focus on one or two things that seem like new information today, especially to the public, including going back to the deletion of the Delta shift. So I'm just going to drill down on this a little bit because I want to be able to understand it and explain it to others as they have questions. So as it currently stands with each precinct, you have 4 shifts. We have 12 patrol officers per shift, and I know there's some supervising shifts, but I'm just going to put it at patrol officers for now. And so 4 shifts, 12 officers, that's 48 shifts that you have to cover on a daily basis per precinct. And I wasn't aware, I know we're having trouble covering all of those shifts. We've been covering them with overtime. It's been an enormous logistical hurdle. That's why we're talking about doing the switch. Have we been running short? Chief Crow, you mentioned maybe on Delta that we weren't even able to get all 12 of those spots covered, and sometimes it was only 5 or 6. I was under the impression we were doing whatever it took to cover those shifts with overtime and mandatory drafting no matter what.
Well, I can help answer that. We've been going around to speak to all of our various shifts, and the mayor has also been going around with us too. And the shift that continuously has 5 or 6 people, I think I may have seen maybe 8 at the most on the Delta shift, but to talk to a group that's going out as a shift by themselves, the staffing has depleted, but it's been our focus to make sure that the other shifts are fully staffed so that we can ensure we have the appropriate coverage. It's sort of that the original intent of the Delta shift has sort of dwindled away, and we haven't had the resources to replenish a full Delta shift, if that makes sense.
Okay. And that Delta shift had a lot of overlap with the other shifts, including Charlie from 5 to 10 p.m. We would have 24 officers out in that precinct. And so look at the numbers that you gave for the new ABC, and it's 18 in A, 18 in B, and 24 in C. So that's a total of 60 shifts that need to be covered on a daily basis instead of the old number of 48 shifts. So realistically, if I start walking into roll calls at 3 p.m. Or 7 a.m. and seeing if we have those 18 officers or that 24 officers, are we going to be seeing that, or are the same constraints going to be occurring? I mean, we weren't able to fill the 48 shifts. How are we going to plan to fill the 60 shifts? I know it's graduation eventually is the way we get there, but what about the rest of this year?
So we want to look at it as realignment of the officers and realignment of the shift. And so I hate using that phrase, deletion of the Delta shift. What we're really doing is realigning the manpower we have, hopefully to make it more efficient, more manageable, better for the supervisors. So each precinct started out when we realigned the precincts in 2012 with 145 officers assigned to those precincts. As that has dwindled down, each precinct's around 100 to 110 officers. So some precincts are going to have a bigger challenge than other precincts, and we absolutely will fill that with overtime, but other precincts will manage it quite well. And again, it's a process that has to be evaluated as we go forward.
Okay. And that's about just the logistical hurdles. The citizens won't see, we are used to having overlapping shifts. And so will the citizens see any type of drop off in response times if that call does come in right at 3 p.m. as we've got 18 officers coming in and 24 officers going out? And also, I'm concerned about the number of cars that are in the parking lot because that's been a struggle for a long time. And as I add these numbers up, the most cars you'd have out at once under the old system would be 24, but now we could have a need for up to 42 cars as that Bravo and Charlie shift are coming in and out at the exact same time.
So that's a conversation that I've had with our staff about making sure that we have the correct number of vehicles as we roll out this new schedule. And that means to take cars from stations that have more than enough cars that are just sitting on a lot. And yes, that does exist in the Memphis Police Department too, moving those cars where we need them the most. And to also respond a little bit to your question, I know there may be some concerns because this is a new thing, but it's probably an anomaly for Memphis. Most major cities have 3 shifts, and they staff 3 shifts and make sure that we have the appropriate complement to cover all of the different watches. So your evening shift people, there could potentially be, and they mentioned 24 individuals because the call volume is higher, but we really don't anticipate shortages. We have the exact same number of officers. The only thing that we need to do is make sure that we take into consideration the relief factor too. How many officers are off in training? How many officers are on my sick list for whatever reason, and getting individuals, to work when they're expected to be there so that we can staff appropriately.
Okay. And then also going back to the 2012 realignment of wards and having 2 officers per shift per ward. Now as we are expanding the number of officers in a precinct that are on a shift, you would divide 18 out by the number of wards, and so now it'd be 3 officers per ward. Are we going to stick with 3, kind of keeping it even and average, or are we going to do a new assessment based on the calls that are coming in and allocating officers to the heaviest
That's the
areas?
answer.
Okay.
So we are in a prime place right now to do beat realignment. We already know that certain stations have more geography than they have officers and increased call volume due to development, increase in apartments and so on. So we already know that, say for instance, Appling Farms, a huge geographical footprint. It's like a city by itself. And we plan to look at the various wards and even divide some of the wards up so that if you have Ward 455, you'll have 455A, that car, and 455B. So there's going to be some more assessment that needs to be done.
Okay, 2 thumbs up and an amen for that answer. Final thing, if I could just request, you talked about the use of force numbers and that they've gone down, including complaints of excessive force. Don't need all the details now, but could you email kind of those year-over-year numbers to council members? I don't recall having a presentation on that recently, and it would just be good to see where those numbers are, that they have dropped. I would appreciate that.
I can send that to you. I actually did a presentation before clerk, and I can send you that PowerPoint.
Perfect. And very excited about the new traffic enforcement that's coming citywide as well. I know we've talked about that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. And we are about to wrap up. We have the final question and wrap up from Councilman Warren. And then we're going to move the next 3 items to our June 7th meeting. Councilman Warren, briefly.
Thank you. The June 7th meeting, you could bring back a presentation or an update on the GVIP program, where we are with this, how many people we're actually tracking with that, and what's going on. So if you could do that, I would appreciate it.
I'll work with the administration and Tiffany Collins to give you that information. Thank you.
Chief, thank you. Chief Davis, Chief Crow, Chief Jones, and all of the MPD staff, we appreciate your presentation today.
That is a busy agenda today for Public Works. It's not all me, but.
It's over for her. Okay, it is 2:40. And with that, I call the Public Works Solid Waste and General Services Committee. Ms. Keaton, let's do it.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale.
Ish.
Councilman Corbett. Councilman Ford. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Chair Smiley.
All right, we have a pretty long agenda, of course, with this committee. We're going to get through as fast as possible. We're going to hold items number 10 for the next council meeting, well, committee meeting. If you're here for 9 and 10, lo siento. All right, and with that, we'll go with item number 1. Item number 1, resolution accepting additional funding for proceeds for sale of property in the amount of $3,389,950. The CIP project number GS01049, Coke Facility Adaptive Reuse, District 4, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion second as a request for say 9 minutes? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Covette. All right. The Chief Director McGowan, the floor is yours, good sir.
Yes, Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer. So this is the allocation of funding. We had this discussion in committee, I want to say about a month ago, but when we did acquire the Coke, we know that we had to do some adaptive reuse there. One of the things that we wanted to do was, as we sold city properties, we wanted to take those proceeds and use cash for some of these to preserve the CIP funds. So this is the proceeds from the Union Avenue precinct that we, when we put this plan in place, we sold some properties and allocated them to build fire stations. This was earmarked so that we could make the adaptive reuse of the Coke facility, so we're paying cash. Can't do it all in cash, there's still some CIP, but that's what we thought was a good use of this funding to take cash from the sale of that precinct and put it into the adaptive reuse, which is an immediate need we have at the Coke. So that's what this is about.
All right, thank you, Director. Chief? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Resolution number 2, resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $500,000 under construction project number PW22201 for sidewalk repairs. All council districts requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Question for same 9 minutes. Moved by Whitman Jones.
Second.
Seconded by Warren. All right, Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. We have an allocation, an annual allocation from the CIP budget for sidewalk repairs. If you heard me present on this subject and CIP budget for FY23, this is a continuation. We do this every year. This money is used to repair city-owned facility sidewalks and or provide assistance to the public. That's an engineering budget, but if we also have to make repairs for damaged sidewalks and place a lien on the property as well.
Okay. It appears that all hearts and minds are, ooh, I'm trying to move too fast. There's a question by Jones and a question by Councilwoman Johnson, and I'm assuming no other council members have anything to say about this item. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Connect. Allocation for sidewalk repairs outside of city-owned property, and that might be under engineering, but the fact that we're looking at this line item, I wanted to have an idea of how much we have budgeted for that, for what would be sidewalk repairs for non-city-owned property.
The grant assistance program for 2023 is up to 25 grants at an average of $3,000 for $75,000.
75,000? Yes, sir. Okay. We might have an amendment to that. Is there? Okay, gotcha.
Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
Ms. Johnson, your mic.
Oh, that's me.
Okay, that was.
Repeat everything you just said.
That was. Okay, thank you again, Chair. This is not necessarily directly related to the sidewalks, but they asked me to mention Fox Meadows area. You have a problem with trash out there not being collected. So can you check on that when you go back?
Yes, ma'am. I saw an email. I think we're researching, but we'll investigate it.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. All right, it appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3, resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $633,100 from FY22 ADA ramp cover line project number PW22300 to curb ramp ground 65 project number PW22301. All council district requested by the administration as requested same number means. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Easter Thomas. Director Connect, you know what to do.
Thank you. We make an annual, this is another item that we do every year, $1 million. We have $1 million allocated to do 88 curb ramp replacements. We are about 750 to 800 curb ramps a year we try to replace with the funding that's allocated. This is group 1. We break it up into 2 different contracts. So this is one allocation. A second allocation will come for the remaining $1 million. And again, we have programmatically have to go out and update all these curb ramps throughout the city. There are about 29,650 total curb ramps in the system, and we are about 9 years out, 8 to 9 years still.
Just 9 years, that's not many. All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Not so enthusiastic. Any opposed? All right, it's an opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 4, resolution transfer amending funding source and appropriate funds in the amount of $500,000 from the Beale Street Landing Phase 3, project number GA01026 to the Architecture, Engineering, and Harbor Docks, project number PW0.
Thank you. The city is embarking down a major project to improve docking facilities on the Mississippi River in support of the cruise line industries. There's a huge growth potential happening with what's foreseen as river cruising. So we're going to be making significant improvements for several different types of business applications. The expansion of Beale Street Landing is one of them, and we're going to be building a new docking facility at Greenbelt Park. This $500,000 that we're talking about now is going to go towards the redevelopment of docking facilities at Greenbelt Park. We need the design funds to get it going. And then with the funding that was approved for FY23, we have construction funding to go towards all these projects that are planned as part of the improvements to serve these, this huge tourist growth industry that we hope to really realize the benefit of. So this is the request involving this funding for from FY22.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. There we go. Council members, wake up. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Item number 5, resolution to an adaptive change order additional funds request to an existing contract transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $550,000 for drain maintenance and heavy equipment facility expansion, project number ST04047. All council districts requested by the administration. This request is saying 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford. Second. Second by Warren. You know what to do.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to talk about this one in 6 together, and then if there's any questions, because they're basically companions. We are expanding the facilities, and we're building a new facility out there at Range Hills. The drain and heavy is the stormwater operation, and then we're building a new sewer-funded facility right next door at the same area. It's a 50-acre location that we've been creating a new megaplex for public works maintenance operations. Due to construction cost overruns, we're having to add money to these projects. We had funded them for the construction, but their just material costs have gone up significantly, so we have to fill the gap on our construction costs. So both this one, number 5, and number 6, the same contractors, but just different funding. So this request is to fill the gap on cost to ensure the completion of these projects.
So essentially, we are $1 million over than we originally anticipated?
Yeah, about $1.15 million short for both of these locations.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Connect, these change orders here, what percentage of the overall total cost for these projects do these numbers represent?
So for the drain and heavy facility, we are adding, it was about $4 million, so we're adding another $500,000 to that project. So you're looking at, 15,
10.
20%, about
Okay.
20% cost. About
Okay.
25% is what we're seeing across the board, so about 25%.
Okay, 20 to 25%, okay. Now, that's the same for the second one?
It's roughly the same, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Connect.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Thank you, Director Connect. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of this chair that the ayes have it. Item number 6, resolution adaptive change order additional funds requesting existing contract transfer and appropriate additional contraction funds in the amount of $600,000 for environmental maintenance relocation. Project number SW4007 to fund material cost increases and changes. All council districts requested by the administration. Request to say in amendments. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Warren, and I believe this is the other item in which you said was
Yes, sir.
essentially identical to item number 5.
Yes, sir. This was a $12 million contract to begin with. We had some contingency, but we have exhausted the contingency, so it's an overrun of $600,000.
No questions from me. Doesn't appear to be any questions from this body. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of this chair that the ayes have it. Item number 7, Mr. Osborne, come on down. All right, item number 7, resolution requesting approval of the sale of city-owned parcel known as 1592 Ely, parcel ID number 03403400015, Memphis, Tennessee, 38106, Super District 9. Oh, District 9, Super District 8, requested by the administration. I think that's, no, it says District 9. It doesn't say Super District 9, it just says District 9. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a typo that we need to address someone.
106, District 6.
Yeah, the district's inaccurate, so it should be District 6. Can we make that correction on our notes? All right, did I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by, I believe, Ford. All right, Mr. Osborne, you know what to do.
Good afternoon, council. This particular property is City of Memphis owned property for the use and benefit of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. So it's being sold back to the original owner. It was to be used for a project, but I'm going to bring up Miss Angel Bailey from MLGW because she was the one who primarily worked on this project. So she's here today to present it.
Hello, Ms. Bailey, is that correct?
Mrs. Bailey, yes.
Ms. Bailey, could you state your name and address for the record and your position?
State my name and address.
Name, address, and position for the record.
Name, Angel Bailey, address 5049 Laurel Springs, and position property management specialist, MLGW.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So this property was originally going to be used for a well lot. We purchased it, and in 2013, we have not used it, and the abutting property owner requested to purchase it back. We sold the property, or we are requesting to sell the property back to the previous owner, and that's it.
All right, any questions by this body? Councilman Ford? It's District 6. I saw that immediately. It should be single council member District 6, Super District 8. Yeah. So I think we made note of the error on record, and we won't turn your number upside down again. All right. Any questions by this body? All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, it's opinion of this chair that the ayes have it. The last item for this committee is item number 8. Resolution requesting the approval for sale of city-owned parcel at 0 Winona Avenue, parcel ID number 04204900040C, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, 38108, District 7, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Canale, seconded by Ford. Hello, please state, you know the ropes. Go ahead.
I'm Lily Alexander, City of Memphis Real Estate Office, 125 North Main. This is a vacant parcel owned by the city. A citizen wanted to purchase it for a secure lot. He is a towing company,
and he said he doesn't tow, he mostly does individuals, and he wanted to make sure sometimes the places that he's taken the cars, like a car lot or to the individual's home, are already closed. So he wanted a place that he could take it and store them. It's very short term. These are not long term. I told him one of the concerns of the city is having a lot of vacant lots with a lot of cars. He said it's very short term. He probably will hire 1 or 2 people to help him maintain it, but we're asking for your approval to sell it.
Any questions by the members of this body? Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Does this particular purpose go with the zoning of the lot?
It's commercial. It has a little part that's residential. And John Zena, because we always send a letter out to all the departments to make sure the city doesn't have a use, and he said he will work with him to get the other part that's not commercial. So it's a mixed zoning lot.
And Mr. Zena said they're behind this. They wanted to go
Yes,
for it.
sir.
All right, thank you.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We have completed our agenda as for my committee, and with that, we stand adjourned. Peace and blessings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Corbett. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Morgan. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Canale. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present. We have a quorum. Item number 1 is a discussion on amendments for referendum ordinance number 5823, all council districts, requested by Councilman Morgan. Councilman Morgan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this subject first came up a little over a month ago, I wanted to have some time for us to be able to discuss amendments before we got into the third and final vote on the floor in our main meeting. I was hoping we would have this discussion last council meeting. I apologize. I had COVID, couldn't be here. So we pushed it. It seemed like some other people were in the same boat. And as I've been deliberating on this and instructed Alan Wade to try to write an amendment that I would be, that I would prefer compared to the language that had already been presented, and I wrestled with this issue, I found that the language just wouldn't write for me in terms of my interest in amending the term limits referendum. I had two priorities. One is that it would be clear exactly what was being asked of the people, and then second, that the currently elected officials wouldn't be beneficiaries of that amendment, of the change of charter. And because when we did this 4 years ago, I think there was a lot of criticism, and fairly so, from the community, that it seemed like a very self-serving referendum that had been put out onto the ballot, and that the language was purposely misleading, and even the public debate was misleading in order to hoodwink the public into making a decision that was in favor of the referendum. And to be honest, I don't think that was fair. People that were arguing in favor of it were not trusting the public with the information to make the correct decision, and a lot of people saw through it, and it failed to a great, I think, over 20% margin, and did some institutional damage to the reputation of this council. And I didn't want to see that happen again, at least not while I was a part of the council. All that being said, I do not have amendments to propose. It sounds like there are other council members that do. As of now, as the language is written, I intend to vote no on the third reading, but I will hear other amendments from my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Warren, you may be recognized.
I would like to bring an amendment to this ordinance, and I would like to replace the paragraph that says, shall the charter of the city of Memphis be amended to read, no person shall be eligible to serve as a member of the Memphis City Council if that person in question has served more than 3 consecutive full 4-year terms in that office, but service prior to January 1st, 2016 shall not count in determining the length of service. All provisions of the charter that are inconsistent with this charter or amendment are repealed. I would like to listen to Councilman Morgan, and I would like to propose that we make it to where most people would understand it, and I'd like the language to be, shall the Memphis City Charter be amended to increase the number of terms a person holding or elected to the office of the mayor or Memphis City Council be allowed to serve from 2 to 3 4-year consecutive terms. And I would need a second.
Do we have anybody that will second the motion for the amendment to this ordinance?
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Okay. We have a second on the amendment. Would you like to, are you in the queue?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone in the queue to speak, to discuss this?
I'll speak on it.
This amendment. Oh, yes, sir. You still have the floor.
Yeah. I think part of the problem is what we are trying to do is we're trying to let our community know that we think that there are enough issues going on right now that continuity in government is going to be very important. Presently, we're looking at a very big recession, possibly. We have a war going on in Ukraine. We have incredible inflation now caused by that invasion of Ukraine and what that's done to gas prices and what that will do to commodity prices and the food people put on their table. And I think at this time it makes sense to let the people decide whether they want to allow people with experience in government to continue for an extra term or not. And I think this language, which does the same thing as the previous language, makes it more likely that if citizens want to have the mayor and the city council have a third term, that this would explain it well, and that way people would understand what they were voting on. And I would encourage my fellow council members to consider backing this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Is there anyone else in the queue? Councilwoman Johnson?
I have a question. If this amendment is accepted, will that automatically amend the ordinance, or will we have to vote on it again later during full council?
If the amendment is passed.
Okay, so it would, in this committee.
If it's voted on.
If it's voted on and approved.
Yes.
Will that automatically be effective at full council?
As the new amendment, yes.
I get my person over there, mouth half.
Point of information, Councilman Warren, you may be recognized.
If we vote on this amendment, then it allows this to go to the next election for the voters to decide whether they want to approve this change in the ordinance. So it allows that to go to the next election if we vote to approve this, and we'd have to vote to approve the amended ordinance tonight.
Okay, now, I do know you got to go through 3 readings. So we haven't gone through 3 readings yet, so half of that I buy, half of it I don't. My question
This is the third reading, is it not?
Yeah.
Tonight.
No, tonight it's not. It's the
third reading tonight.
Okay, so I got you. I thought it was reading tonight. So we'll go down. That's my question. So, do we know legal's not here? Okay. All right. But let me just, I guess, public voice my concern about it. Ordinarily, I would say no to a situation like this. But I've been through a process before when we had to make a decision whether or not to allow the voters to make a call, make their own decision. And at that time, many people did talk to me and ridicule me to a certain extent for not allowing them to have their right. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and vote and support this ordinance and allow people to have the opportunity to vote on this particular issue. I'm also somewhat concerned that do we have enough time to make sure people understand? The last ordinance, we definitely didn't have enough time to get the word out. So this would be least affected as far as having to explain a lot to the citizens. So I think it should be up to the citizens if they want to vote you in or out for a third term. And basically, they do it every election anyway. So I'm going to support it this time. I kept comments on Facebook already coming in. People are objecting to what we're doing. But I just wanted to vocally express why I'm going to do it, but for those people that said I did not allow that opportunity the last time, and the people have to vote on it anyway. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Carlisle and then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Wade is, I think, heading down, but even if we vote on it today, because it's already on tonight's agenda, it has to be reintroduced this evening on the floor as a substitute amendment or substitute ordinance But I would tell you, if we want to go ahead and take a vote, that's fine. I think we'll all know where everybody's at, but it won't bind. It will not change what's on the floor until we get downstairs, which we already are. So to Councilman Warren, this evening, when we get to that item on the agenda, you'll need to introduce the substitute ordinance, and then it'll be voted on and ratified then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does that conclude your?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Jones, you may be recognized.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, I just want to provide a clarification. So because it says for third reading, what's on for third reading is what was originally presented, which was just the council only. This amendment adds the mayor. So as part of the comments when I first introduced it, I go back to the fact that the legislative body in Washington does not have term limits. The executive branch does. The General Assembly, which is the legislative branch in Nashville, does not have term limits. The executive branch, the governor, does. And so I use that as a precedent for a differential between term limits for the legislative body being different than the term limits for the executive body. So what's currently on the agenda for third reading is that different thing right there. What this would do would substitute that and make both positions, the legislative and the executive, up for the people to decide. So even if we do not approve this, the voters will still be the ones that will determine whether or not the members of this legislative body will serve 3 terms or not. So it's always going to be the voters' decision to do that, not just ours. One of the other things I want to address too was part of I don't know how many people remember this, but the original charter amendment had staggered terms. You all remember that? And what it said is that what it was going to do was going to cut some people's term short. So what the council decided to do is put it back on the referendum again, and it did away with staggered terms. So I don't buy this thing that, well, this is not a monolithic body. The membership changes from time to time. So it is not anything unprecedented for a sitting body to do something that affects them, people who are sitting there in that particular position. Because what they were trying to do, instead of everybody being elected all at once, the only way for you to have staggered terms would have been to cut certain people's members. I forget which ones it was, but you're going to have to cut their terms to 2. But the body said that, hey, let's put it back on the ballot, and that particular decision that was part of the charter amendment was rescinded. So what I've tried to do, what I've introduced, has not been unprecedented for this body, knowing that this is not a monolithic body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Warren?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the legislative body, the president and the Senate and the Congress and the mayor and the council. And all we're doing is allowing both of those to have defined terms. We do not have unlimited ability to run as a city council, unlike the legislative body of our state or our government, our federal government. It's a limited term. So I'm proposing that we have both bodies have the same limit. And I think that makes sense for the reasons that I brought it forth to begin with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. We will revisit this when it comes before us during the regular council meeting. That brings us to our add-ons. Colleagues, we received 3 fiscal items from MLDW that need adding to tonight's fiscal consent agenda. Item number 27, resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12174, Waste Management Services, with Trade B Environmental Services, LLC, and funded amount of $100,000. This change is to renew the current contract for the first of 4 annual renewal terms for the period covering July 26, 2022 through July 25, 2023, sponsored by MLGW Division. Request to add to fiscal consent agenda. Item number 28, resolution awarding contract number 12356, Sheehan Filter Valve Replacement to Landmark Construction General Contract Incorporated in the funded amount of $785,000, $785,400 sponsored by MLGW Division, request to add to fiscal consent agenda. Item number 29, resolution awarding purchase order to Stribling Equipment for backhoe loaders in the amount of $1,270,520 sponsored by MLGW Division, request to add to fiscal consent agenda. I'd like to move these to tonight's fiscal consent agenda without objection. Any objections? Thank you. We have 13 additional add-on items for this afternoon. Item number 30, resolution to amend council fiscal year 22 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Jamita Swearinger, request for same night minutes. Number 31, a substitute ordinance amending ordinance 5686, establishing a pre-K education special fund to provide a new dedicated funding stream to Special Fund 245, all council districts, sponsored by administration, request to add to consent agenda for first reading. Number 32, appointments, Public Art Oversight Committee, Yvonne Jones, sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes. Flight Authority for Memphis, Farrah Captain Claude, sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes. Item number 33, a resolution urging transparency for the Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, board members, and the hiring of CRA's president. All council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, request for same night minutes. Resolution to accept $2,500,000 in pledge donations from the University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation from private donors and support of construction of the new Ledwidge Tennis Court CIP project PK 03005, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration, request for same night minutes. Item number 35, a resolution requesting the Tennessee Valley Authority complete a supplemental environmental impact statement to address site-specific impacts of transporting and permanently disposing all coal ash in the city of Memphis. All city districts, sponsored by council members Warren, Smiley, Canale, Carlisle, Ford, Johnson, and Morgan. Request for same night minutes. Item number 36, ordinance to establish funding dedicated to transit and mobility. All council districts, sponsored by council members Ford, Carlisle, Robinson, Canale, Covette, Easter Thomas, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Morgan, Smiley, Swearingen, Warren. Request to add to the consent agenda for first reading. Item number 37, a resolution to accept and appropriate $378,642.59 insurance payment from FM Global to the Cosset Library renovation effort. Project CD 01100, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. Item number 38, resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $500,000 under construction project PW 22201 for sidewalk repairs. All council districts, sponsored by the administration, request for same night minutes. Item number 39, a resolution to transfer, appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $633,100 from fiscal year 22 ADA ramp cover line project PW 22300 to curb ramp group 65 project PW 22301, all council districts, sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes. Item number 40, a resolution to transfer, amend funding source, and appropriate funds in the amount of $500,000 from Bill Street Landing Phase 3 project GA 01026 to architecture and engineering and harbor docks project PW 04123 District 6 Super District 8, sponsored by administration, requesting same night minutes. Item number 41, resolution for an additive change order, additional funds request to existing contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $550,000 for drain maintenance and heavy equipment facility expansion project S204047, all council districts, sponsored by administration, request same night minutes. Item number 42, a resolution and additive change order, additional funds request to an existing contract to transfer and appropriate additional funds in the amount of $600,000 for environmental maintenance relocation project SW04007 to fund material cost increases and changes. All council districts, sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes. Our same night minute items will be 4, 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. I'll repeat, our add-ons are items 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Our assigned 9-minute items will be 4, 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Seeing no further business before this committee, this meeting is adjourned. See you at 3:30.